Hello everyone! Hi, I'm going to do just a quick audio check and wait for the delay. Here we go. Oh. Hi, I'm going to do just a quick audio check. Alright, seems good. Seems good. If it starts clipping or anything, let me know. I have one audio source today, so hopefully things will go smoothly. But hi everyone, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we are going to dye yarn. This stream will be a huge sneak peek at a bunch of projects coming up because I'm working on multiple videos. I can even show you. I've got a whole big list of things we might start today. And these are all going to be eventually become part of episodes of Dyepot Weekly that'll come out throughout the fall and maybe even early into 2025. And so this stream is a little bit like one of the perks that I give to ChemKnits patrons at the wool or above levels, or if you are a YouTube member at the postdoc level, you get access to a monthly behind the scenes live stream where usually I'm working on just one episode of Dyepot Weekly versus multiple. But I thought that you might enjoy joining me on what a mostly normal day of dyeing might look like, with the exception of the fact that I'll be sitting down and talking to you in between waiting stages versus watching a movie or something or editing. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And if you are new and this is one of the first videos you are watching, welcome. I love to dye yarn and play around with a lot of different techniques. And so, yeah, I have a lot of fun things planned for today, and I'm going to go as long as I can. I am still recovering from a back injury, but I am much stronger. But don't worry, I'll be listening to my body, so this might not be as long as some of my marathon streams, but we'll see how much we get done. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think. Oh, I will have some other announcements going forward, but that's going to come in a little bit. One of the big announcements will come in a little bit. Why don't I tell you a little bit about what I have on the docket for today? So one of the first projects I'm going to be working on is setting up an attempt to glaze with forest green. Now, I love glazing yarn. This is a technique where you get like a really shallow layer of color on your yarn. And I've had this to work with pinks, some purples, navy, and black in the past. But I've never tried a green, so we're going to give this a try on 3 yarn bases that may work well. And we're going to cross our fingers and see what we get. Now, the fun thing about this is that the setup of it will be really quick. But over the course of the stream, I'll be removing the yarn from the dye bath, so we'll be able to check back in on that, and that's going to be really exciting. I do have a new timer that has 3 timers on it, so I have that plus the microwave, so hopefully I can keep track of different things really well. Another thing that I want to try is to glaze non-superwash yarn. It's possible, but I don't know if my standard glazing techniques will work for that. So that's something else that's on the docket. I have some shoebox projects where I layer dye and yarn in a shoebox and then move it around. I have an experiment I want to do there. I haven't pre-soaked any sock blanks yet, but maybe we'll pull out some sock blanks as well. And I have some random dye applications onto yarn that I plan to do. And I think those are the main ones that I have set up. I may, depending on how things are going, maybe we will try to cold process some speckles. And I'll explain more about all of these as we go on, but these are some of the things that are on my list here. And I'm also open to suggestions and things as well. But I'm excited. And, well, there will be, not yet, not for about 10 minutes, but there will be an opportunity for you to pre-order some of the yarn that I'm dyeing and sort of bump the video up the queue, but I'll talk about that in a moment. I will have an announcement also in about 10 minutes. And I guess related to this announcement, why don't I go show you something that I'm really, really excited about. And honestly, you can't really tell right now. This is a yarn base up here that I'm not going to be dyeing today. I will be dyeing it soon. The announcement's about a particular type of pre-order coming up. No, it's not Hanukkah. It's too early for Hanukkah. But the exciting thing about this yarn, and I have no idea if this is going to show up on camera. Maybe I should turn off the overhead light. That might help. You can see I have my black light here, and ta-da! Oh yeah, that's showing up on camera. Even in the plastic. Now, I am a huge, huge fan of neons and of fluorescent colors. So when Wool to Die For, and this is not sponsored, I'll give disclosures in a moment, but this video is not sponsored. When Wool to Die For released this yarn with fluorescent neon neps, oh my gosh. I had to have it. I had to buy it. Where am I going to put the black light? Okay, let's put it down here. Yeah, so this is the new Neo. The yarn is called My Name is Neo, or Neo DK. They're 85% superwash merino, 15% Donegal neps. Now, what's hard for you to see on camera right now is that the neps themselves are visibly neon. So they are neon yellow, pink, green, and orange. So even if you aren't a fan of looking at fluorescence under a black light, they are fun already and under visible light. You want this yarn in light blue? Yeah. And ooh, finally touching it, she's soft. So I'd say just like the other multicolor neps yarn with Wool to Die For, there's more twist in the, is this 2-ply? Yeah, it is 2-ply for the fingering weight, and the DK is that 3 or 4? 4-ply. Oh, you know, it just occurred to me why it is like this. Because it would be so fun if this was the same 2-ply construction, just with thicker plies. The plies are probably all spun the same thickness. So each ply here is probably the same thickness as the DK. It's just they have 4 of them together versus 2. I can't believe that hasn't occurred to me before, that might be the way that they do it. But I have big plans for this yarn, and I just wanted to show you. Also, not today, but another fun yarn that I got from Wool to Die For. And again, this is not sponsored. Is this really interesting, very like bumpy boucle yarn that I need to think of a good project for it. But I'm coming back. Now for disclosures. I am an affiliate marketer with KnitPicks and Amazon, so I do have some affiliate links to some of the tools and equipment and yarn that I'm using today down in the video description. And so if you make a purchase through one of those links, I will earn a bit of a commission on your purchase. But I don't know what you've bought or get any other information about you. It's just from the link, the company knows that you are the one that bought it. Or that I referred you. Obviously they know you bought it if you bought it. And then the other exciting thing I want to share, KnitPicks has the biggest coupon code they have ever had. And this is pretty incredible. Like, yes, you need to make a pretty big order, but through August 26th, you can save 30% off of your order that is over $300, which is a big order. But however, if you're someone like me and you order in bulk, I typically will buy 20 packs of bare yarn, and if that's what you do as well, then it's really easy to get to $300. And so if you combine the 15% off you get on a 20 pack of yarn, the bulk 20 pack of yarn, which is priced as marked, which is why this works, and then apply the coupon, that's over a 40% savings, which is great because I think, and I don't know when this happened, but I think Knit Picks raised the price on some of their bare yarn. Now, unfortunately, only the ones that are in stock show up, but like Swish is getting more expensive. So I don't know when some of these price changes happened. I haven't been keeping track of that. So this coupon code helps. But one big reason why, I mean, Knit Picks isn't the best source for someone with a business like me, but I like that they are approachable, and then it's easy to buy a single skein of a lot of things, which is why I still use them a lot. And so I just wanted to share that with all of you. But yeah, good morning. And so we are less than 3 minutes away from me doing one administrative thing and then sharing the details. But actually, I guess while I wait for my phone timer, we may as well start getting set up for our first project. Because what I said I was going to need 4 screen, and I think maybe we'll do the royal purple at the same time, just to save time. And because a lot of times, if I'm going to be using, even if I might not use the royal purple for an hour from now, I might dissolve it around the same time and just film separate clips. And so for safety, I have safety glasses, a respirator mask, and gloves that I'll use whenever I deal with dry dye powder. Oh no. Here's my mask. Sometimes I will also use a well-fitting KN95 or N95 mask, but the one that I use has like a rubber seal that goes around. So see this mask, this N95 has this rubber seal, so that way it gets a really tight fit against my face, so that way you don't inhale any powder. Oh. All right, that is my timer. You can come back. Now the question is, when will things show up? Aha, I think they are there now. That's great. I'll just double check. Yep, awesome. Okay, so the big announcement that I have is I'm finally doing a Halloween pre-order. Woohoo! So that yarn with the multicolored nets that I showed you, that will be the basis for a Halloween colorway I have in mind. I am super, super excited for this colorway. It's the same alarm that you use. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. And so this neon multi-nep yarn is going to be available in the fingering weight sock version, in DK weight. Again, these are 85% superwash merino wool, 15% Donegal nep. But then there is also a no nep option, and oh, you can't see the drop down. And so if you want the colorway I'm going to create without neps, then you can pick between fingering, DK, and worsted. The yarn bases there will be more of a surprise, but they will all be superwash merino based and may or may not have nylon in them. So there are options for you if you do not want the Donegal yarn. Yeah, but other than that, the colors will be a surprise, and I'm super excited. I have wanted to do a Halloween yarn for years, and something always came up. I think I first got the progress keepers that I want to use. So each skein of yarn will come wrapped with a progress keeper, and like I have shipping envelopes, like the shipping, what are they, the like poly bags. I have special Halloween ones that I bought, I think 2 years ago. But 2 years ago, I waited too long, and so it was around when I needed to launch Hanukkah, and so the timing didn't work. And then last year, I had a big personal upheaval, and so I was like, nope, I'm not going to do this. I cannot manage dealing with that right now. And so I'm very excited to finally do that this year, and that this perfect yarn base arrived. And I think Ulta Dyepot just released this recently too. So I wanted to make sure that I waited until I had the yarn in hands to launch the pre-order, but I am super, super excited. And so actually I can link this into the chat. And this yarn will ship sometime in the middle of September, middle to late September. I want to add this as well to the video description. So that's the biggest announcement. But there is one other special listing that I want to show you. And that is this listing right here. This yarn pre-order listing. Now currently, which of course you can't see, there's only 3 yarn bases available. So as I start working on different yarns, I will update this listing to, here we go. They always hide this stuff to have more things. So I think that right now, because the first thing I'm going to work on, I have C, D, and E available. These are the 3 yarn bases that I'm going to use to glaze with the forest green. And then as I start other projects, I will sort of make some of these other options available to you as well. And so this is new. This is not something I normally do, but pre-order yarn, I'm dyeing today. Okay. And so I'm very, very excited about that. And so the other fun thing, as I try to, nope, I do not want those emotes to pop up. Place pinned message. The other fun thing about this is that if you pre-order the yarn, oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. If you pre-order the yarn that I'm dyeing today, I have words, I promise. If you pre-order the yarn I'm going to dye today, I never ship yarn out until the video has finished editing. So that means that that video is going to need to be edited, and the video will therefore come out a little bit sooner than it might otherwise. Because if no one pre-orders the yarn today, which it's fine if you don't, some of that yarn may end up in like a last minute lab partner listing or something, or I might save it for later on. And so I just wanted to let you know. But let's go and get started. And as I said, I'm happy to take requests and things today as well. And so what I have for all of you to see, or you can't see, is right over here. Hopefully it won't get in frame too much, is my DSLR. It's the camera I film everything on. And I filmed a couple videos in 4K, which hasn't been too problematic, but I realized I filmed all the intros for these videos in HD. And so, yeah, I guess I'm not going to film in 4K today. Because that's how that goes down. Okay, we are going to have to film some voiceovers in a moment. But, okay. Oh no, I didn't want to start filming. Okay. Rebecca, B-roll for the introduction, or else B-roll for the voiceover? Wait, how much did I say I wanted? And by say, okay, I'm going to dye 300 grams of yarn. I have a notebook where sometimes I decide how much dye and things I'm going to use on the fly. Sometimes I decide in advance. Okay, I want to use, yeah. voiceover. Oh, thank you. Thank you, whomever made an order. And I should mute my notifications. Or else this is going to be hard to edit around. What was it? Okay, voiceover. I put on my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves, and weighed out 0.75 grams of the forest green acid dye. Then I dissolved this dye in just some hot tap water, so that way it would be well dissolved and we could use it to set up our glazing dye bath. This color is not a primary. When I speckle with it, sometimes there's some bright green speckles, but it does seem, if my memory serves correctly, like it might strike pretty quickly. So we'll see how things go. Cool. I do have more of this dye if I need to. Okay, voiceover and potential B-roll if I need it. I put on my deluxe rubber respirator mask and weighed out 0.5 grams of the royal purple acid dye and dissolved it in hot tap water to get it ready to go for our glazing process. Sometimes when I dissolve this dye, there are some pinks that either were just suspended but sort of crashed to the bottom of the cup. And so I'm setting this up around an hour before I actually set up the glazing dye bath. So if we see some of those pinks settle, it shouldn't be an issue once we put all this dye in with, I don't know the volume that we'll use, but multiple cups of water. So it shouldn't be an issue then. Cool. And so now I will be filming these time lapses. Which, it's funny, because sometimes I'm torn about showing versus not showing this process, and it's going to get a little bit loud, and I'm going to be a little more muted. I think that it got dark. Let's change. No, how about we do, whoa, it was way too much. Okay. There. I just watched the flash go up. The flash. I was playing with the exposure. What was I going to say? One reason, sorry, I'm so much more muffled now. One reason, and please let me know if you can't hear me well anymore. One reason why I like to show this step in the videos is, one, I have a record for me of how much dye I actually weighed out. But two, I think it's helpful for you guys to see how I do it. And this is where things get loud. And heating up the water, and this is me just being silly. But I'm going to use a green spoon with the green dye. Okay, 7.5 grams. And I also tend to film this as a voiceover because sometimes, there we go, I get distracted and don't talk as much. So a little bit of green dye there. Okay. We want everything to be dry.
And we start, and I wanted 1/2 gram of this, which hopefully I have that much. Oh no! Darn it! I wasn't filming. That's okay. The measuring stage, oh, I have plenty. I almost like didn't show this at all. And then I'm being a little nitpicky here because it isn't perfect, and honestly, the accuracy of the scale, I'm just going to call it, is probably not good enough to 2 decimal places. So I will let that be. But where is... There we go. Now I should do this probably with boiling water because that'll make it easier for things to dissolve. But I use all these plastic tools because they don't make as much noise as when I use glass jars. And so I prefer using them. And so that's a big reason why I do things that way. Now this looks like a ton of color. I mean it is, but I know that this proportion is a really nice one for glazing. Okay, I'm going to set this aside in a secondary container. And here's our green. I don't remember the last time I've tried to dissolve this. Now, in theory, sometimes I get a little bit lazy with this. In theory, I try to add a tiny bit of water to wet the powder as much as I can. There are some colors, like I think Caribbean blue one, that will just completely clump up, and that can be a little bit frustrating. I suppose I haven't told you about the 3 yarn bases that we're going to use here. Oh, but I can take the mask off.
And I'll have to look. I guess I'll go get the yarn. Let's put these dies away. I suppose one thing I don't point out a lot is that I wear safety glasses through most of my filming because you never know when things flash and you really want to protect your eyes. Okay. C, D, E. D, C, D, E. I pre-soaked all the yarn overnight in just plain tap water. Okay, here is our yarn. And I hooked them all together with my zip ties. Okay, the yarn that we're going to do for this glazing attempt includes, they're all 100% superwash merino wool. I want to untwist that. We have Crazy 8 DK, that is option D. This yarn is, I said they're all 100% superwash merino. Crazy 8 DK is 8 ply, high twist. We have C, which I think, I should check my notebook. So I can tell it's accurate. C, I believe, is Twill. It's the Knit Picks one that is really high twist and bouncy. And then we have IndieDyer.com Fluffy, which is single ply, because I figured that a thick single ply would be a great candidate for a glaze. Here's the dye bath. Look at me setting it up in advance, like a cooking show. Gonna make sure. Okay, the on camera is not great, but I'm doing my best because I don't want to have to lean too much. Oh, I need this cup. In my 12-quart pot, I have 24 cups of water, and I'm going to come in with our forest green dye we just mixed. It is a beautiful green, a deep green. You know, it could be helpful for me to do some research on the actual pigments that are part of the dyes I know glaze well, especially when it's a mixture. Because that could just be helpful information to have. Okay. And I know now that what I'm going to be adding is honestly way too much vinegar. It probably would make sense for me to use citric acid instead, just because it's cheaper when I'm going for this much. But we're going to add 450 milliliters of white vinegar. And this is 5% white vinegar. This is a lot. 1 cup is around 250 milliliters, if you're curious. But I want to stir things up. Since things are cold, I can stick with my nice plastic spoon. And now I'm going to bring over the yarn. I debated if I should add some vinegar to it before sticking it in the glaze pot, but I think I want to stick with my standard glazing process that I've used successfully with other colors. So I'm going to bring over the 300 grams of yarn, quickly add it in, and do one raise, lower. That sort of gets dye all over, but now I'm not going to touch it. And so even though we're cold, which slows down the rate that the dyes strike, since we have enough volume and high acid, as those dyes come into contact with the fibers, they should start striking pretty quickly. And since there isn't that much dye total, we have around 1/4 gram of dye per 100 grams of yarn, then it should, if it's gonna glaze, we should get a good glaze. Otherwise, we'll get a medium toned forest green color, which would be lovely, just not what we're hoping for. But now I'm going to take this over to the stove. Oh yeah. Careful, careful. I'm supposed to be careful lifting heavy things. I mean, I suppose everyone should be careful lifting heavy things. And so I don't have a camera on the stove, but this shouldn't be that exciting. And now that we're at the stove, I'm going to turn the heat on high at first, and I'm going to set a timer for an hour. That's because I know that with this much water, it can take up to 30 minutes for it to get to just below a simmer. We want to hit just about a boil and then reduce the heat, so that way we're not seeing vigorous movement in the pot. And then once we're at that temperature, I want it to sit for 30 minutes. And so by setting a timer for an hour, then I know that we've hit all of those marks. But I'll keep an eye on it while we wait. Okay, and we're gonna do hour. Oh, let's clear that. Let's do timer 1, hour, start. Cool. So this is good. I need to get a different color something. Pen. This is going to be timer 1. 300 grams of yarn. Heat 1 hour. Okay. What are we going to do second? That I don't know yet. You would love a deep dive into pigment composition. Yeah, I think that it would be interesting. The problem is that I don't know if primaries exist for each pigment. And so I think it would be hard for me to, so I think that there aren't always, so sometimes brands, and there may be a separate, it's no longer MSDS. I learned this. It's all, I think, just SDS, safety data sheets. Likely there should be a safety data sheet for each dye that then talks, may mention what's in it. But I know at least on Dharma's website that they say for a color, if it's an individual pigment, they'll list the name of the pigment. If it's a mix, they'll say it's a mix. And so I can hypothesize what's in there, but it makes it harder to know for sure what might be in there. And if you're curious about the non-superwash glazing that will happen at some point that I mix that purple dye for, I'm going to do Wool of the Andes worsted and then a super bulky single ply non-superwash yarn, because I think that that gives us a shot. And there I probably will add acid, but I need this pot to finish before I go and do the next one. So that is my reasoning there. All right. And I think what I'm going to be doing now is I will send you guys all to a brief commercial break. Don't worry if you don't see an ad, I'm just going to insert one. While I go ahead and set up and pull the yarn and start thinking about all the tools and things I need for our next project. And I'm going to get a drink. Actually, I'm going to set up my cup. So when you see me sitting down, you can say, Rebecca, drink. All right, let's see. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? Let's search for I don't think I've done this experiment. It's going to be a shoebox one. Okay, let's pull colors. I don't want the color to get too brown, but I'm setting up for a shoebox dyeing technique. Let's see. Chug, chug, chug. A drinking game before noon. It's water. It's water. Oh no, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Okay. I'm peeking at the glaze. The single ply yarn might be getting a glaze. Oh, that would be so exciting. Oh, I remember. And while I'm popping back in after just a couple minutes, I think the single ply is looking promising to me. But I remembered that Jacquard Brilliant Blue, is it Brilliant Blue? I think Brilliant Blue, not Bright Blue. I mix them up because the yellows, Dharma's, one is brilliant, the other is bright of the ones I use. But I think Jacquard's Brilliant Blue strikes really, really fast. And I think that that could be a good candidate for a brighter blue glaze that I totally should try at some point. So it's Since I'm saying this in a video, editing Rebecca will have to make note of it. I mean, that's why I tried glazing with Pink Orchid in the first place, was because I observed that it worked well. Okay. So with these fall colors, we are going to play with Felicia. Here's a live stream. I don't want drafts. I want my active. And thank you everyone who's pre-ordered Halloween yarn. Let's see, I can turn on. Wait, why won't it let me do it? Oh. Cool. Because number 2 is going to be this Shoebox, with and without acid. 2, okay. At the time I'm filming this, there are still a couple weeks of summer left, but I'm waiting for fall. And there are a couple of trees, maybe it's because of a drought, where I'm seeing a hint of some fall colors peek through. Although why would I say it's a drought when we just got a huge rainstorm yesterday? It's been either dry and hot or very rainy. I don't know. I'm seeing like a tinge of color and it's only mid-August. Nope. I don't like that. I'm going to redo it. There are a couple weeks of summer left, and so school won't start until early September, but I'm feeling fall colors. So I pulled Dharma acid dyes in Brilliant Yellow, Cayenne Red, Blazing Orange, and Espresso Bean. And I think that these colors will blend really beautifully together, but also all have their sort of distinct moments. So I think that that'll be really, really nice. Oh, crap. Well, I guess I'm not going to be using this dye stock I have. Remember how I was just saying, oh, brilliant versus bright? I have here some Jacquard Bright Yellow. This is Dharma's Brilliant Yellow. I could swap because I have this as a dye stock already, but I think it'll work for me to measure out the powders. Oh, do I want to do this way? Yeah, I'll do it this way. Because I don't feel like making a dye stock, so my plan is to weigh out each of the dyes twice and dissolve them so I have the exact same amount of dye to use on each pan. And I'm going to have 200 grams of yarn in a shoebox. So we need to think about how much of each of these colors we are going to want, but also what volume of dye I can reliably weigh out. Shoebox. This is on each. Okay, so I think that of these colors, the Espresso Bean could overtake everything. It is a very purplish brown color. I think I only want a 1/4 gram. Of the espresso. I think of the orange. So I don't want more than 2 grams total, I think, across everything. Let's do a 1/4 gram of the red. And then I'm just checking, I should have enough of each of these. And then 1/2 gram each. Blazing orange. And okay, so then I'll have 1/2 gram of each of these. Okay, voiceover. I didn't feel like making dye stocks today, so I put on my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves, and brought over 8 different cups so that way I could weigh out the amount of dye I want to use directly. I do want to try to have the volume similar in between each cup, which will go in each shoebox, but I'm going to do that by eye versus by measurement. So I weighed out 0.25 grams of the espresso bean and cayenne red, and then I measured out half of a gram each of the blazing orange and brilliant yellow. But all of these measurements I did twice. And then I brought over hot tap water to start dissolving the dyes. And yes, the spoons I'm stirring with are moving between the cups of the 2 colors, and I think that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that the final water levels on each of the colors is similar. Cool. Let's see. You're noticing foliage color changes here in Southern Ontario. Yeah, it's funny because the other day we had a weird sunset, and there's one part of a tree that probably was still like over the tree line in the forest that looked like it had some color, and it was unclear if it was a real change versus the light. But right now, looking out the window at my neighbor's dogwood tree, some of those leaves look tinged with a bit of red, and I'm just like, I don't understand. We had such a huge storm yesterday that the roads were washed out until the water could just go down the drain. The rain was so heavy that the backup camera on my car thought there was something behind me. So the alarm of like, you know, watch out kept going off, the backup alarm. And I was just like, oh no. Okay. Before I do the dyes, let's prep the yarn. And by prep the yarn, I just mean take it out of the pre-soak. So when I'm doing a big day of filming, my rate limiting steps can be the vessels that I have and the heat sources. So depending on what I'm filming, you know, if I have 2 dye pots on the stove, then I can't do much there anymore. And so sometimes that's a rate limiting factor. Peeking in at our Glaze yarn, I'm feeling optimistic with this forest green. Okay, let's see. We've had rain in ooh, bird sanctuary. That sounds like an awesome place to live. Okay, I'm gonna set this down and go get my mask again. When I finish setting this one up, I should have you all let me know what else I should maybe work on today. And then I can pick some more things to pre-soak. So if there's any specific requests you have, you can leave those in the chat. Ow. I just ran into a wall. Okay, Rebecca. Soon I'm going to come up against one of my other rate limiting factors, and that's going to be dry tools. I need one more cup. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. So stupid. I found a cup. I found a cup
looked a little bit dirty. So I was like, oh, I'll wash this. That was real brilliant. That was really brilliant of me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Get the camera. Okay, so we want a 1/4 gram. Let's use the purple spoon for espresso bean. I think that may have gone down to 0.24. It really is okay if it's not perfect. Now, if I mess up with the tear or the zeroing of the scale, we could get some more differences. Good enough. It's not going to be perfect. And I need to be okay with non-perfection. Okay, cayenne red. 1/4 gram. Do. Okay. One thing I have not done in a while is clean off the outsides of some of these containers. These look. I guess they look similar. But the differences that we're going to see aren't going to be in the pigmentation. The differences we're going to see today are going to be in the differences we'll see in it will be in likely the spread and blend of the color. Oh, she's chunky. I haven't used this in a while because I've had that dye stock of the jacquard dye, and so I haven't needed to. Oh, come on. All right, that's not changing. I'm just going to call it. Yeah, I wonder about the accuracy of some of my measuring tools at times. Okay. So we're going to only have 1.5 grams of yarn or dye total on 200 grams of yarn. I have a feeling the espresso bean may overtake things a little bit. I was like, please tell me I am, in fact, recording. Okay, good enough. Okay, now I'm going to reset things up. Now it's set up this way so I can keep track of the colors a little bit. Oh, I need to make hot water. Is everything on screen? Yes. See, this is a project where if I did not have I wouldn't have enough cups if I was using glass. Okay. Oh. I'm going to try to show it. Then I may as well try to show it. Okay. Ooh, this is looking nice and burnt orange right now. That's pretty. But I think it is a bright orange. Ooh, you know what color I haven't used much in a while? Fawn. That's a color I always loved. Okay. Sorry, I'm not talking very much. I think my habit is so much when I'm dissolving or attempting to dissolve these dyes is that's when I have whatever show I'm binging at the moment. Which I need a new one. I've been slowly going through all of the Game of Thrones stuff from when I stopped years ago, but that's not always a good one to watch when I can't see. Oh man, so if there's some recommendations for shows that are good for brainless watching, that would be great. Okay, now I'm going to have to dab that one. There's a huge dab of dye. There's just stuck on the spoon. It's going to drive me batty a little bit. Some dyes, and I don't know if it's like what's in them, some dyes like dissolve really easily, others clump and do weird things. So it's hard to know. You know, I don't think I've ever watched MASH. Is that one though that I might regret not like watching? But thinking of old shows, I suppose I could have and listen to some of those older sitcoms. That wouldn't be a problem. Especially the ones that I have a little bit memorized. Oh man. I was such a Nick at Night person. Now the main reason for this espresso bean, because I thought about bringing in brown, but the espresso bean is so purpley that it's going to make things brown, but also might just bring like a lovely color in with everything. But I definitely, if I stuck with only the yellow, orange, and red, then we wouldn't end up with that much variation. Okay, I'm going to need to add more liquid, but I can take my mask off now.
Oh, I need to dry my gloves before touching the camera. Okay. So I've redone Grey's Anatomy a few times. I actually met, it was at like a commencement thing. Was it like 2 years ago? A year ago? I met the actress who plays, oh gosh, Teddy. I I'm at an event with the kids, and I guess she was a guest speaker, and I go to like take them to the bathroom, and I go around the corner, and she's there, and I just go, oh! And she points the direction that the boys ran, and that was so funny. Oh my gosh. And then I was like too shy to say anything or to like ask for a photo. But later I did go up and I was like, I love the show, but I hadn't watched the most recent season, and there was like a cliffhanger with her character. Oh man, it was funny. But yeah, that was my one little connection. Oh man. Okay, let's add a little bit more water. Are these similar levels? Yeah, those are similar. Everything looks similar, so that's pretty good. Let's see if I can clean that up. Yeah. Cool. Things are relatively okay mixed up, and I did do an eyeball check of our volumes, and so things are pretty similar, pretty good. Yeah, and so I think we're ready to set up the shoe boxes now. And I'm going to take this hair tie off of my wrist because it's making me itch. All right, we're going to put away the dry dye powders. Try to not knock anything over and give myself a little heart attack. Which shoe boxes will I use? Okay, and so I'm going to rearrange the dyes again. And then get, where's the shoebox? So I'm in the process of redoing some of the shelving that I have in my kitchen for stuff. You look clean also. And so the funny thing about this is that then I have stuff in the front hall because I'm trying to figure out what levels I want the different shelves at. So that way I can have two shelves. Okay, and I already measured out water because I'm a baller and did this in advance. However, I am going to refill these just so that way it's ready to go for later. How's our timer doing? Okay, 30 minutes. All right, we're getting some bubbles. Oh, the green is looking glazed. At least the like single ply one. Let's see. X-Files. Oh, audiobooks could be a good idea. My glazing series inspired you to tackle a sweater quantity. Woohoo! Yeah, I don't know if the glaze, like, well, I'll try and we'll let you know how my non-superwash glazing attempts go. Okay, let's see if I'm going to need to move this. Oh no, we're feeling actually pretty square. Okay. Something's, there we go. I have my two shoe boxes here, each with 8 cups of water. But to one, we're going to need to add some acid. So over here, let's go ahead and add 3 tablespoons of white vinegar. And now I'm going to grab our yarn and arrange it. So this yarn was, as I mentioned, was already pre-soaked, but I just want it to sort of have a good amount of surface area in here. Now things are not laid down in identical ways, so we may see some differences, but I'm curious about the type of blend and things we'll get on here. But okay, why don't I let everything, even though we have acid in here, let's just go ahead and let everything sit for a minute, and then we'll start adding the dyes. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. You love listening to books while you crochet? I like listening to, it's funny because I do TV more, but I should listen to podcasts while I, while I knit and stuff. All right, I'm not gonna wait that long. Okay, let's start. I guess what kind of order did I have these in? Maybe we should move things. And we'll do them a little bit like a gradient. Okay, I'm gonna stir this up. Let's go ahead and do the yellow down here at the end. Maybe I shouldn't pour it with my left hand. So you can see that what we did was not perfect. It's not perfectly matched, but we're gonna go with it. Let's do our little bit of espresso bean next. And we'll do this down at this end near the zip ties. And we'll take this one. Ooh, look at those tendrils of the color moving. Okay, we have a healthy amount of volume with our colors. Okay, next is our orange, which let's give the yellow a little bit of some breathing room. We may end up covering that all up, and that'll be okay. I'm sort of pouring it across. Okay, and then finally we've got our red. So it's funny, we've got more pigment down there, but those colors are lighter than what we have over here. This is what our cayenne. And then that same color right here. Okay. Now, I still see a lot of white in here. Especially, I don't want to move the containers, but especially down along the sides. And I guess you can kind of see right there. So we have a lot of pigment on top, but it's going to move. It's going to move and spread even without me moving things. But what I'm going to do is set a timer for 15 minutes. And then we'll come back and move the yarn. But I will add acid in here immediately before I move the yarn. But yeah, it's just gonna be like, we'll add acid, move it, put it down. And then here we already have acid. So when we move it, it'll be a little bit less, maybe a little bit less dramatic, but maybe not. We will see. I'll see you soon. All right. I wonder how much that espresso bean is gonna go all over. Oh, I love all these recommendations. I'm gonna need to take a screenshot. Okay, now, all right, I mentioned before I would talk more about cold process. So right now everything is set up at room temperature. And the things you need to dye yarn with acid dyes are protein-based fiber, you need heat, time, acid, and the color. But the heat and time are two things that work together. The hotter things are, the faster the dyes will strike. But you can wait a long period of time at cooler temperatures, and that may also work. Now, in this particular case, what I would do is still steam set the yarn in the end, but instead of using I have two full-size catering steam pans, instead of using those and doing an experiment and moving it, I can use these shoe boxes, set them aside, and then tomorrow or maybe even Monday, go ahead and steam set to finish processing the yarn. And I can have a day when I'm editing where I just go and film the clips where, okay, this goes in the steamer basket, wait 30 minutes. And it allows me to set more things up here at a time because I still have 23 minutes on our glazed green timer that's on the stove. And so it just allows me to set more things up all at once. Now, as for, as we're waiting for the time to go off, I'm going to go rinse out these cups, and I think I'll probably save the leftover dyes for something. I don't know yet. All right, I need a container for my leftovers. What container? I don't have a good one. It's free. I guess I can use a glass jar, but I don't want to. I'll use one of these. Let's see. Hello, thank you. I'm glad you like the fall colors. I feel like I've had so much green lately that I try to mix things up. With success, with more or less success at times. Okay, let's go clean up. Oh, and I guess while I'm doing that, because that's going to be a little bit less exciting, now's a good time to insert an ad. Don't step on my lace, Rebecca. Well, actually, I guess I can do this a little bit over here. Because there's not that much pigment in the bottoms of these cups. So this may be me leaving like a little bit behind, but it means I can save leftovers for later on. As well. Not perfect. But allowing me to just clean up a little bit, and I don't know if I'm going to save all the leftovers from today or not. But it certainly doesn't hurt to collect these little bits of leftovers. Ooh, I don't know if I'll remember this, but sometime it could be really fun to have a shoebox with or without acid, and then just like when I have all these little leftovers, to just like toss them on yarn in there. But I don't have space to have that set up and have that still be slightly or all on camera. But, oh no, don't fall. There. We got some leftovers. Let's go get a lid. hold on to that. Oh, thank you for hanging out all the way until midnight. And yes, go get rest. You can catch up later. The video will be available on demand as soon as I'm done streaming. Or maybe after a brief processing period. Let's see. Tongs. We'll need those at some point. Spoons. Bollocks. Cut. I want to start washing. Oh, man, the forest green glaze worked. Oh, I don't know how well you'll be able to see on webcam, but oh my gosh. I am so happy. Like, just looking in this pot, I see it. Now, it's funny because the color doesn't seem that dark, but oh, it worked. Doing my dishes, la 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 la. Oh, these are not all clean, not by a long shot. But I'm going to need to keep the sink clear because eventually we'll have to dip a hot dye bath in there. We have 6 minutes. I may as well leave my things on. Oh, man. I am really, really excited. And right now, I mean, I know I shouldn't be saying this off camera. I can see very little difference between them. Hopefully we'll feel a difference once I move it. But you know, negative results are still results. But yeah, and so what am I going to do next? I guess next we can almost do the non-superwash. Maybe that's the one we should do next because there's just 15 minutes left on that timer. So by the time I finish this, then I can go ahead and do that. And then maybe we'll do the countertop that I'm going to set up cold, but then we'll heat set because there's a color. I think I mentioned another glazing project. I doubt we'll get to the glazing step today, but you never know, we may. You loving the colors you picked today? Oh, thank you. No, things are going really, really well. Oh man, I will have to grab some food and eat at some point. That was one thing I didn't plan for. But I guess we also have to think about, okay, so one of the other videos I haven't mentioned yet that I wrote down is based on a video that has not yet come out. But it's a shoebox technique where I play with rainbow colors on a sock blank. And in that video, I lift the sock blanks up and put them back in, like I would often do with the shoebox technique. But the colors were so beautiful right when I lifted it up that I think it would be fun to go straight from that lift up into a steamer basket. And so that is something that I haven't pre-soaked anything for, so I might do that. The question is if I do this on 2 blanks or 1. I guess I have a lot of questions. But I'll focus on these next 2 and then we'll think about if we want to do that blank one. And I haven't pre-soaked a yarn mop yet, but when I set up for the glazing the next glazing video, I will have a pre-soaked container with acid in it so then I can soak a yard mop. See, this is how my brain is going and goes and thinks. It's like waiting for the timer. Or sometimes timers, one thing I haven't checked is how my new, which I didn't link to it, we'll see how we like it, my new little timer guy, how I like it and how well that works. But, see, part of me wants to go sit down and drink water, but I'm like, it's just 3 minutes. So I can hover and wait for 3 minutes. What I can do, let's see. I have a yarn mop zip tie, and I did not give where is that pen? Okay, I'm gonna skip I and go straight to J. Cool. See, because I'm labeling when I do this many different yarn bases, especially on a stream where I'm more likely, since I'm talking so much, to forget what I'm doing. This way I don't mix up what the yarn bases are in the end. So I have the zip ties labeled with a letter. And because there's some yarn bases, like if I'm doing Stroll, Swish, Wool of the Andes, those I can tell looking at them which is which. But I'm using a lot more different bases today. And so I just, and for example, Felici, right? I don't want to mix that up. All right, minute 15. I want to move these closer together so much. This is really taking restraint. You know, it could be an artifact. Oh, man. All right now I'm wishing that I had the yellow at the top because I'm going to be lifting from the zip ties and the colors are going to run down. And so if I had yellow at the top, then I'd be more likely to preserve some of it. Oh, well. Oh, well. You know, I can't control for everything. I want to move this closer. Because I could lift and lower at the same time, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'll do the no acid first and then do the with acid. All right, I want to see how this timer works with one going off. Great, that worked fine. I'm not used to this timer yet. It's been 15 minutes, and I am going to carefully move this one closer. But notice there's still a lot of white available, white on the bottom. And I'm seeing I'm seeing just as much white over here. It depends on how the yarn is really in the container. That makes a huge impact. Let's shift the camera so we can have things a little more in frame. I don't think I need the tongs. I hope that doesn't block. It's funny because I keep checking your camera more than I'm checking my camera. Okay. All right, so 15 minutes later, we have 3 tablespoons of vinegar in here, nothing in here yet. I'm gonna now quickly add 3 tablespoons here, raise and lower this yarn before we move over here. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, and then I am going to lift this up. That is very pretty, and immediately lower it back down and give everything a nice little wiggle. So, ooh, we have a beautiful gradient here. I was just lamenting to myself that I didn't put yellow up by the zip ties because I knew that the colors would spread more down there. But this is super, super pretty. Okay. Washing off my gloves. Now we're going to do this one. Raise, lower. Kind of wiggle it a little bit. You know, these look very, very similar right now. I'm not going to lie. There might, but I might see it on both. There might be some elements here where we see some more harsher lines with some of the colors, but also we may not. Everything does have the same amount of acid in it right now than it did before. So I do want to add one little notation. I'm adding a little plus onto these zip ties so that way I remember that we had like similar amounts in each. Now that we're done, let's go ahead and add a tablespoon of white vinegar down at the end, just for good measure. Shouldn't hurt anything. So we may not get very dramatic differences here. It's possible I would have needed to wait a longer period of time, but if the results are not dramatic here, then we can play around and see if we can do things to make things a little more dramatic. I've done this kind of setup before where I've done one without moving the yarn and then moving one and showing the differences there, but I think that whatever we're going to end up with, it's going to be beautiful. So now I'm going to carefully put lids on each of these boxes, and I'm going to set them aside, probably outside, for a couple of days. And then we'll come back to steam set the yarn or make another decision depending on if we have a lot of color left in the dye baths. All right, and there we go. And we have 5 minutes left on our other timer. So we're doing great. The worst is when timers all go off at once. It is warm out. Not that hot though. Hopefully it's not hot enough that the difference in temperature will make my smoke detector go off from steam or from condensation. All right. So next I'm going to be removing the yarn from the dye bath off camera. But what I want to do is just make sure everything is nice and clean. And I'm going to bring over a trivet so that way I can put the yarn here so you can see it. Okay. And I'm not going to be able to get these gloves, this pair of gloves back on my hands. So I've rinsed those off more, and I'm going to set these aside to dry, and I'll be able to use them a different day as long as I don't break them. Sometimes if my hands get sweaty in the gloves, it's hard to put them on. So I rotate through pairs. It's not a lab. We don't need sterile technique. Oh, that's so pretty. Okay. Whew. Can sit down, and there's nothing to see on the counter. So, but I think I want to play with a feature I never played with before. I mean, there's not enough comments. What if I tried? See, there's a spot to like start a Q&A, and I mean, we're a small enough group that I can see, I think, mostly see questions. I might miss things occasionally. So if you ask, I mean, I may play with this feature to see what it does, but if you ask a question and I don't notice, when I come back and sit down, feel free to re-ask. I wouldn't consider that spamming if you come back and ask when you see my face again. That was messy. It's just water. You know, Keith got me this like big Yeti for Hanukkah, which I'm only really using today because it holds a lot of water and it won't knock over easily. But otherwise I just use it in the car because it keeps water cold for a long period of time, which is nice. But otherwise I find it's like too bulky and too much cup for me. Oh goodness. Okay. We set up, we did that one, we did this one, and we're going to do that one next. Ooh, we're on a roll, but I'm getting hungry. So that is my only downside, but I have some leftovers that I can eat. Because I was like, oh, I could do the Q&A, see how that goes while I eat, which I find to be very awkward to eat on camera. But I'll do it. And I'm not on the floor today. I brought over a stool. So I'm sitting on a stool, which is only a little bit less awkward. You've been loving my Indigo series? Oh, I'm so glad. I still have, I don't think I have any on deck anymore that have not been edited, that have been edited. I have 2 more that I need to edit. And so, yeah, that's been a lot of fun. And I guess there's 30 seconds, but update on my unboxing, my Knit Picks order that had 7 skeins of yarn that were the wrong base. Knit Picks is going to replace them for me, and normally they don't sell things that are back ordered, but they have like a free order in the system for as soon as the Bear Stroll comes back in stock that they can ship that to me. And it even, this is how nice the customer service is. It was even like they thought it would be back today and it wasn't. And so, wait, are the timers each different? Oh. I was like, why is this not doing anything? Okay. Let's go over to the stove, which you can't see, but I'll bring the yarn over. You'll at least be able to hear me. It's been an hour, and I don't know if you can see what I can see, but I see glaze, especially here on this single ply yarn. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. now's the time when we search for the zip ties to remove the yarn so we can set it aside to cool. I see a glaze here. Look at that. It feels like you airbrushed the colors on. Oh my gosh, this is so pretty. What's funny is that, and I think this is something I feel with forest green a lot, it doesn't feel as dark as I've felt like glazes can feel with other colors like purple. This is gorgeous. I feel the glaze everywhere. I wonder if this is a color that would benefit from using even more dye for the glaze. I think that this ratio that I'm using here works well with some purples and navies. Ooh, do we see breaking? The zip ties were new. Maybe I see some like yellows. But our dye bath is completely clear. Ooh, maybe there's like a rogue brown speckle in there, but oh my gosh. This is incredible and worked better than I possibly could have imagined. All right, I'm gonna set this yarn aside to cool completely so we can wash it, but we'll get better beauty shots once everything is dry. Oh, you guys, this is amazing. I need to let it get a little less steamy before I try to hold it up to the webcam. Okay, and I need to I need to turn off the heat, dump the water out to reset the dye bath. This is the one problem with me starting things cold, is that then I have a need to start the dye bath again for the next time I'm going to do it. I don't have hours to wait for this to cool. So that means I'm not reusing the dye baths as much as I would like. And so maybe I need to try doing one of these with a hot dye bath again to see what I think, because maybe things are such that if I were to add the yarn in quickly and remove with the way I've been doing, I would be able to get better coverage, because that would be fast, like twice as fast, and would result in me using less acid. Oh. Did I rinse this out before I added hot water? Maybe I did. Could we have had acid in here when I was mixing up all those dyes? I don't know. Okay, the nice thing is the handles are cool. Before you lift a hot pot, always make sure that where you're going to be gripping it isn't too hot. And then I recommend a slow approach when you're pouring it out. And I love that I'm just describing what I'm doing off camera. I got a paper towel to do just like a quick wipe of the inside. There was a little bit more green before. There's just a tiny bit here on this one. And I'm going to reset this pot for our next glazing video. By adding 24 cups of water into the kettle. Okay. Now, we're still very steamy, but I don't know if you guys can tell. Of course, I can't see my camera as I'm showing this, but we have that airbrush feel, and in fact, sometimes I feel like breaking. It is very much just on the surface. This worked. Oh. Can you imagine blending this? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine a glazed gradient, but mixing then this with the navy and pulling that in? So on the webcam, I'm now watching it in replay. You can't get quite close enough to like really see, but oh my goodness. I never thought that I could do this. But it's just so fun because you feel like you just see what's happening beneath because you really are intentionally getting patchy color coverage. Ow. All right, our non-superwash yarns that we have here are Wool of the Andes and Ala Prima. They pre-soaked overnight, and I'm gonna need to get new gloves. Okay. Oh, I'm going to need to bring the camera over. Now, not all videos can be as fast to set up as some of these ones are today, but sometimes videos can be pretty quick to set up. Here's our non-superwash. Here's the pre-soak of our non-superwash yarns we're going to try to glaze. Now I want to add 1, 2, 3 tablespoons of white vinegar to our yarn. And I know I added it directly onto the yarn. That's something versus removing the yarn and adding it that I don't know how big of a difference that makes. It should spread throughout this whole dye bath, and you can see me working it through. But I'm going to let that sit just for a minute or two as we finish setting up our dye bath. Because having acid in here already will increase the chances of getting a glazed effect on the yarn. In my 12-quart pot, I have 24 cups of water. I need to write this down so I don't remember, or so I don't forget. 3. Oh, I should add these to my... Hello. I want to add this to my listing. My pre-order, we've got F and G that are now available. If I can get my computer to work. Cool. Because if you didn't remember, and I have this pinned, I should have this pinned, but you can pre-order any of the yarn I'm dyeing if you want to, but no pressure. Oh, okay, so 3. Non-superwash glaze. This is with F and G and 0.5 gram royal purple. 3T acid in pre-soak. 24 cups water plus 450 ml vinegar. Cool. And I'm writing this down because if today we have that dye bath and want to do something with it, then we know what was there. Okay. Where did I put? Here it is. Now, when I did some of my recent glazing videos, I started with, by accident, 450 milliliters of white vinegar, which was more than I had intended to use, but I keep using it because it's worked, And we want that higher acid today because, yeah, something's working. Why shift it? Although I suppose I really should figure out the pH here and then figure out how much citric acid powder to use. I think that would be better, or just use a bunch of citric acid powder. I just know that citric acid can be harder on some fiber types, so I just don't use it as much, and I'm comfortable with the vinegar. It's just the vinegar can be more expensive, so that's something to keep in mind. I'm going to stir up this pot. I just added our 1/2 gram of royal purple dye. And I guess now I need to get our yarn. Okay. I squeezed out most of the liquid from our yarn, which may give it a little bit of a disservice, but we're going to go in, put it all in. I'm going to raise, lower the yarn, and now not touch it. Now immediately, I don't know. If I'm looking at everything, everything feels very purple. But let's go over to the stove. I just turned the stove on high. We want things to heat up, and it'll probably take, in my experience, around 30 minutes for this to heat up to get just below a simmer. I will be reducing the heat of the gas stove as time goes on. And then I want things to heat for 30 minutes for that color to set. It may take more time, it may not. I'm a little nervous right now because right now everything's feeling very purple. And I mean, we want things to be purple, but I'm wondering if I should have tried to set myself up for success more and add the yarn soaked with water, because by squeezing out some liquid and then adding the yarn to a purple liquid, it's going to soak up some of that liquid like a sponge. And if the colors aren't going to strike that fast to the outside of the yarn, you know, if it needs more heat and time, then we may not see as much contrast as we might on something glazed. So I don't know what's going to happen. Worst case scenario, we end up with some pretty purple yarn. So I guess I shouldn't be that bummed. But I'll come back in about an hour and we'll see where we are. All right, got that set. Oh, I know I said that I could reuse this, but it's looking a little cloudy. And we'll reuse it for the yarn mop because that doesn't matter. This is a skein of just Knit Pick Stroll fingering weight yarn, and it doesn't need to pre-soak very long. Especially not as a yarn mop. I could have just gone and used it right away, but I figured that we'd add it in. And as I sit down, I'll grab some food and we can think about what we're going to be working on next. Because I know the absolute next video. But I can think about what things I'm going to be working on after that. All right, so hang tight. While I go clean up a little bit and find what I'm going to try to eat And yeah, I will be back and we'll chat. There it is. The next project's going to be more hands-on. I want to switch this so you guys can see me. Okay, so the very next thing, and I guess I should just say this is 4, I'm going to randomly apply bright aqua and ballerina to some yarn, basically to do a somewhat of a version of that beautiful glaze colorway I did for SMSMS, but without the yellow because that was requested. So we'll also have a yarn mop from that. So I'm going to need to make a steamer basket. Or I can save the yarn mop and dip it in this kettle, which maybe we'll do. So there'll be a yarn mop that I have to deal with, but we can save that till later. And so then the question is, and I guess I can make a poll about this one. I'm just doing a Q&A. Which should I prep for first? And okay. All right, I'm starting a poll. The 2 options in the poll are the cold process versus steam set speckles. I would do countertop speckles on some yarn, and then some of the yarn I would go, when I was done adding the color, I would go and steam set it. Some of the rest, I would go and set it outside. I'd cover it in like a shoebox and leave it outside for a couple of days. And then I guess we would test it by sort of like tapping a paper towel on it to see if the colors were set, but also then we would be comparing the way that the finished yarn looked and seeing if we could see any differences between the 2. And so that is that one. And then the Shoebox Rainbow Sock Blank is the one that I mentioned where I would do the like shoebox technique, set it up with rainbow colors, and then remove the sock blank, but go steam set that immediately. So I guess in any of those situations, I would need a steamer basket. So we might need to think of something to do before either of those. Oh, Veronica Mars. I'm a huge fan of that. Hopefully this isn't going to be too loud. I really don't like eating on camera, but I don't really have much of a choice today. Oh, and I meant to do this yesterday, but I ended up not setting up conclusions. But soon, I would say soon the SMSMS yarn will go to regular listings with photos from being the SMSMS listing, if you're curious. I love when takeout means that I have ready to go food for the next day. We need a napkin. So far, we've worked on 3 videos for today, and we're definitely going to do a 4th. We'll prep for the others. Don't know. At some point, I might realize that I need to stop because of my back, but we're going to go and do as much as we can. But I don't always film this many videos in a row in one day. But sometimes I will, if I have it planned out enough. Then I might think, oh, okay, I can do all these things at once, side by side, with the equipment that I have. So. I don't think I've ever watched Chuck. Wait, is Boy Meets World streaming somewhere? I remember, so there's one time when, like, in the summer, Nickelodeon would do, like, marathons of one show each night, and so it would be, like, Monday, Bewitched, Tuesday, I Dream of Jeannie, I don't know, and they'd show, like, many episodes of the same show in one night. And my brother and I were watching Boy Meets World every week one summer, and the next night, like, we got to right before the wedding, and then either we missed it or they did something else, and so we never got the wedding episode, and we were so sad. So it'd be funny to finally get to see that. I watched some of Girl Meets World. Oh man. But I can't believe both that summer is almost over and that so many other people are in school already. My district doesn't start until after Labor Day. Oh no! All right, it's looking like the rainbow sock blank is the one that's getting more votes. I'm fine with that. Yeah, the other video is more like, I'm curious if you can do cold process speckles. Because that would really change up if I'm doing so many skeins of the speckled colorway. If instead of like just having to wait for the steer basket to set up, if I could just do a bunch and then steam set them in a couple days, that would be way easier to process. Of course, speckling while streaming, I'm also like kind of relieved by this is the direction the pull is going. Speckling while streaming is harder because I'm in the mask for longer. There's a reason why I end up doing a lot of that time lapse. Well, I suppose I'll be in the mask for a while with the next project I set up, but I'll go ahead and pre-soak some sock blanks. The question still is if I do one blank or two. The real reason to do two is because sock blanks are so compact. and have less surface area than the yarn. And when you have them in a shoebox, there's just a lot more like liquid available. So having the second one in there for volume is helpful. I'm so sorry for having to eat on camera, guys. Oh, I was getting so hungry. Oh yeah, I love playing with rainbows. Unfortunately, I almost would have had liquid versions of all the colors I needed too. But then yesterday I used up all of my cyans. But I have yellow and pink. So I just need to mix up a little bit of probably Caribbean blue. Oh, thanks, Beth. I appreciate it. I just feel so awkward. You're enjoying the picnic. Almost done. I think the sock lines I'm going to use today will be some single-stranded ones. Oh dear. Drinking too fast. Next week, we have the last week of camp. And then camp, Grandmama and Grandpapa starts. And so the kids will go be with their grandparents one at a time. We're sort of swapped. And so Keith will bring one down, and then they'll get switched midweek, and then Keith will go down by himself, then bring the other one home. And so that's cute. Oh man, I almost spit out my food. Melanie said having me pass out on camera would be worse than having to deal with me eating. Yeah, that would be worse. And I'm feeling overexposed. It's like as the light changes over the day, it got brighter in here. Oh man. Okay, I ate food, but it's just like, I still feel hungry, which is annoying. Excuse me. But I don't want to eat more. All right, let's go. Pull up. Okay, let's go get the sock blanks. We'll do that. Oh, and if you're just tuning in and are curious about what the announcement is, the announcement is that I have Halloween yarn now. Ready for pre-order. Oh, God. Don't dox me back. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. Ooh! I'm seeing here in the pot as I'm checking on the glaze yarn, actually I'll film a little clip. It's been 17 minutes and I came over here and just exclaimed a little bit because I'm seeing some breaking for sure. So I don't know if that means we're going to see glaze. I'm not looking at this and feeling glaze, but we might have some uneven color that is glaze adjacent. So we'll see. It's really hard to not touch the yarn. But I'm not touching the yarn. I'm not stirring it. We're going to let things keep going. It's taking all of my self-control to not stir. Okay. Oh, sock links. That's not what I wanted. What am I doing over here? Okay, sock links. You know, for all I wanted to do two, I'm on the fence. I'm pretty sure I bought these single-stranded sock links by accident. And the thing with the single knit blinks from Molded Dyepot is that the fabric, like the knit, is much tighter. So they're not the same gauge as the double-stranded blanks. I don't think I filmed an intro for this one either. I have not filmed an intro. See, I wrote all this stuff down today. Need that. Hi everyone, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we're going to dye a sock blank in my shoebox technique, but of course there's going to be a little bit of a twist because I think that, well, I mean, we'll see how things go, but I think that instead of lifting the yarn up and putting it back down to get a more muted spread color overall, when I lift up our yarn or blank here, I want to go and steam set that immediately to try to maintain some of that beautiful color that we have. So we'll see how this all goes. But right here I have a Wool to Dye For Platinum sock blank. It is a single stranded blank. And so we actually have a lot of fabric here. And the gauge of this blank is way tighter than the double stranded blanks. Which I always found interesting. Now, a blank is just a pre-knit piece of fabric that you intend to unravel to turn into something else. And most of the blanks I dye are double-stranded, which means that you would get 2 matched 50-gram balls of yarn to use. Here, we're not going to get a matched set. We're going to get just 100 grams of yarn that will probably have some asymmetric pattern to it. Need a basin. Oh, I have more. Getting some water. Oh, I meant to remove the pole. That's what I was doing. even though they were getting closer. Beth trying to call EMS. No. And if anyone's watching, I am fine. It's a joke. A joke of what you guys would do if something happened while streaming. Okay. I'm going to pre-soak our blank in some plain tap water. Now, Platinum Sock. Did I say that this is 75% superwash merino, 25% nylon? It is pretty absorbent, so it should soak up water pretty quickly, but I will go ahead and let this pre-soak for at least 30 minutes before we go and set up our dyeing process. She's pretty. I can write down now that I have an intro here, but it's not a talking head one. Intro. I will say sorting all this footage is going to be super exciting. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so stressful. Okay, I'm gonna set this yarn aside and I'm gonna pull our yarn and get it ready. Okay, where am I gonna put you? I'm running out of space. Okay. That is the yarn mount for this video. We have her ready to go. Oh, I can start collecting some water. I'm doing everything out of order today. Okay. Oh, well, you can now. Chat isn't showing up on your laptop. There should be a button that you can toggle the chat on the side, hopefully. Today we're going to start with playing with two colors, ballerina pink and bright aqua. And my plan is to really randomly apply these onto our yarn. Okay. Aha, that's easy. Everything is all sort of attached to each other. Where's the one that goes through everything? Uh-oh. tangle. Oh God. Making a wet mess. What was the last thing I said? And so by random application, we're still going to get some like variegated yarn. It's just 2 colors, but the goal is to end up with something that isn't, say, half pink, half blue. I want those color transitions to happen a little bit more frequently. Now we have our 400 grams of yarn in here, and for some reason that I'm not really sure of, I decided to alternate fingering bulky. Fingering bulky. Not sure about that, but we're gonna roll with it for now. Let's add 8 cups of water and see where we are level-wise. Okay, I'm gonna want more water. We want to be able to spread the colors a bit. I will be dealing with dry dye powder, and we're probably going to start without acid, just so that way I can spread the colors a little more, but we may end up adding acid at some point in the middle. That's what I'm making up as I go along a little bit. Okay. Oops. And I don't know if at some point we'll flip the yarn or what. I'm sort of going with the flow a little bit here. And yeah, but I think we have enough liquid that we can move the colors through. It's okay if we have some white because I'm planning to glaze this. And so that'll just give us more beautiful color. So I wouldn't be mad about that, but I'm gonna go put on my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves so we can start applying the dry dye powder. And then just off camera, I do have a skein of Knit Pick Stroll fingering weight yarn. This yarn is 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon, and I did pre-soak it with a little bit of acid. So I have this as just a yarn mop to take so I can wipe any excess dye off of my gloved fingertips onto the yarn. And so, nope. Okay, and viewers at home right now watching these sneak peeks live, you may notice when I go edit and see the edited videos later on, I remove a lot of pauses. Occasionally, I will start to say a sentence, flub over the words, and then re-say it. Occasionally, I will say the wrong thing entirely, and I will mix up the words yarn, dye, and water a lot. And so sometimes I can fix that in post, sometimes I don't bother. Those are all things that happen over here in ChemKnits land. Okay, now my voice will be more muffled when I put the mask on. One of the important things is I want my fingertips to be dry, but I guess I'll say that anyway. All right. Need my glasses, my safety glasses, which unfortunately do fog up while I'm doing this. The main reason why I'm starting cold with no acid today is so that way I can spread the colors out more. But unlike the more lasagna technique I did when I did the original colorway with this, I want to be
more random with my placement. And I don't necessarily want speckles, but I'm also just not going for the exact same thing for each color. But I'm going to then come in, and maybe only doing this with 2 colors will be not a regret, not even a mistake, but sometimes this kind of technique, having more colors, can be fine. And so the colors are going to alternate, right, between the 2 because of what happens. But there's also going to be some blending, some differences in the intensity of the colors, and I think that that should all be really, really fun. Now, eventually I will need to heat things. And so when I do go and eventually heat our colors, then we may notice some more white areas and places I want to add more color, and that'll be totally fine. Okay, our bright aqua is a little bit more intense. I mean, the ballerina pink is more of a premixed pastel. And so this aqua is overtaking some of those pinks a little bit, which was not my intention. I mean, it's okay if it does happen. The purple you get from blending them is really pretty, but also isn't necessarily what I want. So I think what I'm going to do is add acid now. 1, 2, 3, 4 tablespoons of white vinegar. And I'm trying to work this through a little bit. When I'm pressing in, I'm pressing all the way down to the bottom of the pan to try to help distribute some of the pigment a little bit more. And you'll see that I left white areas, and I'm sure if and when I go to flip, we would have more. But if this is hot, I couldn't be this hands-on with it. I am curious. Yes, see, there's a bunch of blue dye, a fair amount of pink as well. All right, I'm tempted to let this sit for 15 minutes. And then we can come and add more dye or go over to the stove. But if these colors will start setting a little bit cold, then maybe I'll flip here, but otherwise I probably won't, because I don't want to combine them too much. Well, she's certainly very pretty.
I absolutely adore bright aqua, and these 2 colors together, man, things are feeling, I'd say on camera, the ballerina pink looks a little bit more peach. It is a bright pink without feeling neon because it is less cool toned maybe. And then the aqua has a little bit of yellow to it. So when they blend, you don't get a bright purple. You get a more muted purple, I think, because of the yellow that is in the blue-green. You have no idea how I can speak on camera? Somehow I manage. Somehow I manage. Oh man. I didn't start the timer. I also didn't start the timer for the 30 minutes for the stock blank to soak, but it should be okay. Man, I'm checking on the glaze jar and it's not looking very glazed. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some unevenness in there because of the way I think the yarn has floated, but it's looking like the color is going all the way through. So I think for the hot glaze, we're gonna need to try, I think for the hot glaze, we will definitely need to, we're gonna need to try hot glaze for that superwash yarn. So there is that, but okay. I'm gonna do some of my promo. Okay. Actually, I should check. Oh. Fine. Okay, okay, that's all good. Where is my, this is where I wanted to be. So I did restock the ChemKnits Creations Etsy shop today, which is very, very exciting. But we have a few special listings, including, finally, I'm doing a Halloween mystery yarn. And if you're just tuning in, if you go all the way back to the beginning of the live stream, I showed off the yarn base I'm going to be using. Oh my gosh, it is so cool. Actually, did I take a picture? No, I tried to do a video, but I don't think I'll show that. The neps are fluorescent. So the main yarn for the Halloween colorway is going to be a Donegal nep yarn that comes in either fingering weight sock or DK weight. These are 85% superwash merino, 15% Donegal neps. And the neps are neon orange, yellow, pink, and green. And they glow under a black light, which is super, super exciting. Now, if neps aren't your thing, I'm going to dye the same colorway on a no neps base. You could pick between fingering weight, DK, or worsted. And then the yarn base itself will be a surprise. I think it depends on how many of those orders there are, but it will be superwash merino based and may or may not have nylon for all three. And so I will, and there will be differences. They're going to be dyed with the same technique and the same colors. I would say that there's a chance that the no neps colorways will be more saturated because all the fibers in there could be dyed with acid dyes, whereas with the nep yarn, some of it can't be dyed because the neps are likely acrylic or something that doesn't get dyed with acid dyes. So this is available now, and I am going to put this in the chat. And so then the other thing that's special, and this listing is only available for a limited time. And I know you can't see if I open up the drop-down menu. But actually, I need to quickly edit this to include all of the yarns that I've dyed so far today. Cool. Anyway, this listing, which I will refresh it because now I see all the options except for a couple. This is a way you could pre-order some of the yarn I'm dyeing today if you're hoping to bring some home. And so it's a sneak peek to some episodes of Dyepot Weekly, and the full episodes will be up sometime through early 2025. But if someone pre-orders one of the yarns that I'm dyeing today, then that video will sort of be bumped up the queue a little bit because I never ship yarn until I finished editing the video. So, and all the yarn would ship by the end of September. Videos would come out through the fall, not necessarily in September, but because I try to schedule videos in advance. And so it's just fun. And so of the yarn bases, currently what's in my pan are options A and B. If you check out the the descriptions here. And so A and B. I gave a color hint of cool tones for these because I will be glazing over that yarn up there with a like blurple color. And so that is there. We have our 3 colors that were glazed with green. And those 3 yarn bases, those are C through E. F and G are the purple non-superwash yarns that we are attempting to glaze. It doesn't seem like it's actually glazing though, but we've got some breaking, or there'll be fun tonals at least. So there's that. Who knows? Sometimes with glazing, it's hard to know until things are dry. And then this base is the Felici sock. This is those fall toned colorways that I did in the shoe boxes that went outside. And so the sock blank I plan to do in the yarn mop are not available here because I didn't pre-set that up, but that's what this listing is in my shop. Oh, but this, the rainbow blank I'm gonna do, this blank here, which I think, yes, there's 2 of them. And so this is a little spoiler, but so these blanks I created with the technique that we are going to be modifying when I dye a sock blank today. So in that video, I had the 2 blanks in a shoebox, added the rainbow colors, weighted, added acid, lifted the yarn up, put it down, moved it around, and we got this beautiful muted rainbow. So today what I want to do is when I lift it up, I want to put that into a steamer basket and steam set it versus putting it back in. So that's what we'll be doing there. And so this is in the shop right now. Oh, and I also finally added the, oh, there's so many things in the shops that are useful to what I'm sharing today. I added the tape measure. Then I have the ChemKnits tape measure, flexible tape measure. This colorway here, wait. Oh, okay, I have them both. Okay, this colorway here is similar to what I am creating in the pan right now, except we're not having the yellow. So the blue and the pink glazed gives us these 2 colors right here. And so that is, it's a different yarn base, but that's the effect that I'm going for on that yarn. And I'm just showing this because I talked about how fun it would be to blend, I guess this is the navy with the forest green that I was using today to get more glaze. That would be really fun. I think those are all the things that I felt were relevant to the stuff I was sharing right now. But the Halloween mystery yarn, I am so excited. The other thing that I want to share is that KnitPicks is having a 30% off coupon code right now, which is kind of insane. I'm going to drop my affiliate link in the chat. I do earn a commission if you make a purchase. If you spend it over $300, you can save 30% off with the coupon code STASHUP through the 26th of August. And I checked, the coupon code does work on bulk 20 packs of yarn that are already marked down as 15% off. So you can't ever use 2 coupon codes at once. So if I go over to the sale page, the build your own yarn pack sale, where you can get 10% off your personalized pack at any time, this will not work. You can't stack this with the Stash Up code, but you can stack anything that's on clearance. I don't know if that only works on yarn, but certainly you can stack that with clearance yarn to get an additional 30% off. Or I guess the Brava. Ooh, that's pretty. I like that chevron. That I got distracted. The way that this chevron is broken up makes it look like a knit stitch pattern on the stocking. That's really cute. Whoops, I totally got distracted. But I mean, Brava, you can't dye with acid dyes because it's acrylic, but since that is on sale, prices as marked, the coupon code would work on top of that. So I will be shopping that myself later. Four minutes on the timer. All right, I am going to take a quick break. I will be back in a minute or two. So please stand by and I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm really excited thinking about this glaze color. Gosh, was the first time I ever tried to glaze Hawthorn maybe? I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been a while. But I'm very excited. I'm not excited to sort all the raw clips. I'm very excited to have more videos that I will probably insert into my last minute lab partner listing. To have these as, because a lot of you, if you're watching this, have seen maybe not the finished yarn or anything, but a good chunk of the videos. Unless one gets bumped up the queue, they'll probably take longer to come out. But the thing that I really enjoy about doing a day like this where I'm working on so many videos is that then I have all these videos I can edit, and should something happen, like I get ill or lose my voice, oh my gosh, then I have these videos I can draw from and share, because these are all things I'm really excited about. But I haven't inserted any of these onto the schedule. These are just, all these videos are things that I always write down other ideas. I have it's just like a text document where I work on the annotation of videos, because in my video descriptions, I try to include like the yarn that I'm using and all that stuff. But in there, as I'm keeping track of, okay, at this time, this is when I started talking about the dyes, so I can have the timestamps. When I'm editing, I write down ideas there that sometimes those go into a massive spreadsheet I have with a huge list, but other times those just kind of stay there. So then I scan up through and I'm like, oh, I did that. Oh, I never did that. And yeah, and so it's fun to do. Now, I guess maybe I didn't post one this week. Wait, today's Friday, right? Well, this week went by really fast. Kiko's on a work trip and is finally back. My brain is starting to go. Work trip. Oh, I'm trying to do more TikToks and shorts. And I've said this before, I'm not going to be posting every short, reel TikTok thing I do here on YouTube as well, because this is predominantly going to be long form videos. However, I will post the occasional short that is either some kind of announcement. That's loud. Sorry. Okay, but I will post the occasional short, reel, whatever, as needed If it's something like a frequently asked question, or if it's one that is of a slightly higher production value, like the Broken Violet one I did recently, where I was talking about that and having lots of like clips in there, things that I think are an FAQ I will do. Or if there's a follow-up, like for example, if someone wants me to cake up a yarn order or unravel a sock blank, then I might share those as shorts because that's content that is separate from the videos. But a lot of the musings that I do that are a voiceover about this is why maybe I did something, or talking about a time lapse of a video, those will just go on those other platforms versus also come on YouTube. So trying to find a balance. Life's all about balance, right? It has been 15 minutes. Okay, I'm still seeing a fair amount of color here. The pinks though, that's interesting. The pinks have struck. The blues have not. Okay, what I'm going to do now is peek. See how far down the colors have gone? Not that far. Ooh, this is where it's hard. Well, that's looking a little bit clear. Okay, maybe if we do this short and fast, like I pick up a skein and flip and put down. And we do it like this so we don't just like spread blue everywhere. Okay, I think more color has struck to the yarn than I was giving myself credit for. Now granted, we have acid in here now when we didn't before. So that does mean that things are going to strike a little bit faster. But I think that we can carry on and add color to this side now and have some fun with it before we go heat set. So that at least things will be a little bit slower without having had heat yet than they will be once we add heat. Rebecca, voiceover is going to come after I dye this. Normally I film voiceovers first, but then sometimes things need to be edited. Balance is having a cookie in each hand. Sometimes I make the voiceovers first and then add to it depending on how the dyeing goes. But in this particular case, I want to, since I don't know if the colors are going to strike super fast or not with acid in here, even though it's cold, that is why I made the decision. Oh shoot, there's only 4 minutes left on the timer. Okay, if we have to let that go over 30 minutes or over an hour, it's fine. We'll focus on this guy. So please don't let me forget to do the voiceover. But I want to accurately reflect what I see versus what I just think is going to happen. Because what we're doing on this side is different from what we did on the original side. Because on the original side, we had no acid at first. Okay. I'm still able to spread it. That's good. Sometimes when you go through and do something like this and you add color again, it won't be able to spread with acid, is what I have found over time. Okay, and you'll notice I'm attempting to put pink a bit where there was pink, and I will probably put some blue where there is blue to the best of my ability. This is to help prevent things from becoming quite as muddy, because it's not that those purples are bad,
But it's as I was talking before, the purples end up not being bright, they end up being more muted. And we're going to be over dyeing with a blurple anyway. So we may as well keep it as separate as we can. I did buy more of these colors, and oh, now I am a KnitPicks affiliate, and I am not a Dharma affiliate, although if they were to have an affiliate program, that would be amazing. What was I saying? I suppose I didn't check to see what this color is doing, but I think this one spreads more, so that's why I didn't stop. Acid dyes are on sale right now. So that's what I was trying to share. So if you're looking for, oh, that's a lot of pigment. I think I went a little heavier. It's fine, it's fine. Trying to work it through. I may use the yarn mop to do something a little different that we've never seen. You've never seen me do. I'm going to bring it over. Suck up a little bit of that pigment. Just because I can. But actually, this looks really nice. I'm going to just wipe the sides down. And I think this is kind of good to go.
And I didn't forget that I need to do my voiceover. Voiceover. I started adding color to the second side slowly because since I had no acid when I first added the colors originally, I didn't know if they were gonna spread or sort of strike so fast that we ended up with speckles. But thankfully the ballerina pink did spread. Maybe I see evidence of some speckling that is here, but mostly I was able to spread it. And then the bright aqua, since that was more of the color that remained, I knew that that would be a little more spreadable. Now, I felt like I added the aqua a little bit too heavy in a couple places, so I brought over our mostly unused yarn mop and used that to dip in and just soak up a tiny bit of the color, using a mop in a very different type of way. I'll find something else to do with that mop. Maybe we'll do something in this video, maybe not, but it won't go to waste. But because I was so fingers deep into the dye for this project, that's why I didn't need to use the mop as much. This time I'm not waiting. I'm going to take this over to the stove. It'll be on top of 2 gas burners, and we're going to start heating things up to spread out, to heat set the color. And we don't need to do a full 30 minutes. I mean, we can, but the goal is to get this color set before we do our glaze process. Ooh! I have our burners on high for now, but once things start moving, or once I see like some bubbles or some steam, I'll reduce the heat to more of a medium to medium low. But I wanted to show this now because sometimes the colors move more once you start adding heat. And so in case things end up looking drastically different in 15 minutes, I thought we should know. But I'll be back in 15 minutes. All right, now I'm going to move over to our glaze pot and let you all know what I see. I'm going to turn off the heat, and I don't think we have glazing. I think we may need to try a hot start with this yarn. Actually, you know what? It may just be lovely tonal. We'll have to wait for it to dry. I mean, certainly we have lovely, lovely tonal variation in here, more than I normally get with non-superwash yarn. So something with the high acid really helped get a ton of variation, which I love. Now here, with the single ply, it's going to be hard if I would call it glazing or call it tonal. We're going to really have to see it dry. I don't feel an airbrush quality, but we certainly have a lot of depth and dimension to the color. So, oh, man, it's hard because it definitely, I would call this more patchy than I would call it glazed. And I don't mean patchy as a bad term. It's just the areas where I feel variation, it feels like it goes deeper within the strand versus just being surface level. But there might be a few areas, like in here, where I almost feel a glaze, almost. We're going to let this yarn cool off completely so we can wash it, but at this stage, I think the two things I would try next time would be to start with a hot dye bath, and then also not remove all the liquid from the yarn, to sort of dunk it in the water with acid before adding it to the pot, which may be a weird temperature change, but I think if the yarn doesn't soak up as much of that original dye, that could help. All right, friends, bringing it over. We have lovely, lovely tonal variation in here. And, you know, there's an area here that feels a little bit glazed to me. Like, it feels almost like in some areas that I dyed a wool acrylic blend versus 100% wool. But we certainly have tonal variation. And this is a lot more tonal variation than I often will get with non-superwash yarns. It's just for contrast. The superwash yarn we dyed with a different color with forest green. There I see the dye, it almost feels like if there's a little bit of halo on the yarn, the halo is the part that dyed and the core of the yarn didn't dye. And so I don't quite have that feeling with our non-superwash yarn, but it's close. So I don't know what we're gonna do with the yarn mop. I could dye it more with these colors. We could do the leave no dye behind on it. I could save it for another day. I am undecided. We definitely have some speckles on our colorway. Huh, okay. Okay, so questions that I have. So the yarn that's heating on the stove, the plan is to eventually glaze that. Or I could turn that steamer basket into or I could turn that pot into a steamer basket. Ooh. I don't know what I want to do. Certainly I could turn that light off. Oh, sorry everyone. Move that aside. Oh, I'm gonna have to think. Because I could go ahead and set things up so I could do the glaze on this yarn that we're heating right now. And I think that what I would do for that, I think it's just 1/2 gram of navy, 1/2 gram of royal purple. So that wouldn't be hard. The other thing that I could do is we can set up our shoebox. But then I'm going to need a steamer basket. So that's why I'm sort of hesitating a little bit because of the space that I have on the stove. Okay, there's 8 minutes on the timer. At the very least, I could set up the dye for the glaze. I don't have to do it right now. Okay, let me see. Why is this breaking? Oh, nice. Thank you everyone who's ordered Halloween yarn already. I really appreciate it. Oh man. I've ordered all of the main Hanukkah yarn now too. Okay, I am going to drink a little bit of caffeine. I can pop myself on camera. And yeah, I don't think that speckled idea I have, I don't think I'm going to do that today. I would be happy to do some other things with some of the liquid dyes I have, maybe. But maybe I should just do the rainbow sock blank and have that and wind down. I'm not in any pain as I stare off to the side, but I can certainly feel the cylinders, not all the cylinders in my brain are firing right now. So I don't know if you guys know, but I have a chronic fatigue syndrome, which I've had for over a decade, well over a decade. And once I start to get tired, even if it's just mentally tired, then my brain doesn't process as faster. Now, knitting and dyeing yarn still work when my brain starts to go, because I can, if I had all the planning that I did all that in advance. So I did all this planning, and I even wrote down the different types of heat setting that I would need, and I'm out of focus. So I did all the planning in advance to then make things as easy as possible for me to just sort of go with the flow here today. And so that's what we're doing, and it's working well. But yeah, I'm like, okay. I mean, there are times when I can do a good 6-hour stream, but I'm going to be careful with my back, which I'm still doing okay. And this setup is working. I had to have the webcam so it's not like below where I'm sitting. I have it on like a gorilla tripod kind of thing, so I have it wrapped around the back of the chair if my laptop's on. It's working. Everything is working. But we need to play with our rainbow a little bit, which I plan to do. I mean, I guess I'm going to weigh the dye so I don't measure out way too much. I want just a tiny bit of dye. This is the problem with only doing one sock blank. That's only 100 grams, and with these colors, I don't want more. I don't want too much. So I'm just gonna have to be careful. I think I'm gonna have to dilute the dyes so that way I don't add too much. I think that's gonna be what I need to do. All right, There's 5 minutes on the timer. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that check-in. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go pull out the dyes that I need. Okay, I have the yellow and the pink, so I just need the Caribbean blue. We're only gonna need a tiny bit of that. And then I have all those other colors. Oh, I needed the royal purple and the dark navy. Do I have enough things that are dry? I have 2 dry spoons there. I can always use popsicle sticks, I suppose, if I need to. What about cups? Oh, I have brand new cups I can pull out. Oh, but here's an old one. It's ready to go. Cool. Because I'm like with the brand new cups. I use and reuse these cups as much as I possibly can, and then eventually they crack. They crack, and once they crack, then I can't use them anymore, or I accidentally melt them, which is always unfortunate. Oh man, okay. So this one is going to be 5. Cool. Cool, cool. All right. I am going to empty. Oh, I forgot. No, we're good. We're good still. Let's start filling up. Oh no. I need to empty this first. You guys should get to see the glaze of this yarn, because that's going to be exciting. So I can always peek now and see, okay, our other colors are setting really nicely. So I'm filling up our dye pot. The one that I will use for the glaze of that blue and pink yarn that I just started. I have that going, so that way that is ready to go. Running out of spoons? Yeah. It's like my brain starts going slower and slower. Okay, so I have that dye bath that's ready to get started for the next. I'm just going to need to get a steamer basket and a shoebox. So I need a... Where is it? Basket. Where's the lid? Oh, back there. One thing I would love to buy would be one of those catering steam pans with a steamer insert that fits in it and a lid, I think that that would be incredible. I just don't have space. Aha! There we go. No, no. Okay. Okay. And this is just you guys gonna hear. All right, after 15 minutes, I'm not seeing major changes on the surface. And most of the color is in our yarn, which is wonderful. I'm gonna go ahead to heat this for 15 more minutes, even though that's not 100% necessary. I don't mind the amount of white left. I think it's pretty. And so I will remove this after 15 minutes, set it aside to cool just a little bit, so then we can go and glaze it. And I may pop back in for that. Okay, alternate. I'm gonna let this heat for 15 more minutes, then I'll turn off the heat and we'll be back to remove the yarn. Okay, that's gonna go for 15 minutes. And we're gonna mix up the dye for our glaze. Okay. Our glaze is the same as what I did in the past, and it's going to be a 1-to-1 ratio of royal purple to dark navy. I went ahead and weighed out 1/2 gram of each of the 2 colors. And so we have 1 gram of dye total, and then I dissolved this dye in hot tap water and set it aside until I was ready to set up my glazing dye bath. I put my deluxe rubber respirator, safety glasses, and gloves back on so that way we could prepare the dye. I put my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves back on. Back on. See, this is when I forget to say it, and then I'm like, ooh, I need to say it and do it and all those things. Okay, these can go away. Okay, we know how much of those we're gonna do. For our dyes, we're going to use a combination of Jacquard's Bright Yellow, Hot Fuchsia. Both of these are mixed at a 1% stock solution, where we have 1 gram of dye per 100 milliliters of liquid. And then I'm going to need to weigh out and dissolve some Dharma Caribbean Blue, so we can have a blue to use for our rainbow we're aiming for. To mix up the dry dye powder, I put on my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves, and then carefully measured out a little bit of the blue dye. A little bit of this dye is going to go a long way, and all I knew is that I wanted to try to have this be around like 0.1, less than 0.2 grams of dye total. All I knew is that I wanted around 0.2 grams of dye or less for this blue. Once I had that dye allocated, I then dissolved it in some hot tap water, not worrying a ton about the total volume that I was mixing it in, but this volume I'm going to use as a bit of a reference when we bring over our pink and our yellow, because I think we're going to dilute those dyes. Cool. Okay, let's measure out. Let's do the blue
first.
Need to get my mask and everything back on.
All right. I am recording. Let's make some hot water. And let's grab a popsicle stick. The 200 grams is a little more than you think. .15 grams, good. We're going to call that good. Okay, and this time I did rinse out this cup. Okay. Set that over there, and since I'm all masked up, we may as well prepare that one. Won't work. I guess we'll do this in here. Okay. Let me get our dark navy. Oh my, I closed that tight. I want 1/2 gram. That is way more than 1/2 gram. Now, because I have no other dye in here and the container is dry, I'm going to go back in and take the dye out. Okay, I'm going to call that. But when it comes to the purple, because I'm going to be adding dye into the same container, I can't do that same thing. I'm going to have to go slow. So this is not a very good way to do things. So this is why I'm adding the dye onto my spoon, and you can't really see it on the camera. I'm tapping it. Ooh, that is perfect. Yeah, so this is definitely not the proper way to do things, not by a long shot. How much time is on my timer? 6 minutes? Okay.
we might be able to go straight from there into the steamer basket. Interesting. Now, I do think it's worth pointing out that I measured both dyes into the same container, and that isn't the smartest way to do things, because if I had added too much of the purple dye in, I wouldn't have been able to remove it and put it back in the royal purple container without contaminating that with some dark navy. So it's probably better to weigh your dyes out into 2 containers and then combine them. But I decided to live color dangerously today. I'm still being safe with all my PPE. But yeah, I was not setting the best example, but I did, when I had the dye on here, I think it was off camera, I was tapping the spoon to help it fall down. Okay. I think I'm deciding we're going to go straight with the hot yarn from the steamer basket in here. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Here's our glazing dye pot with 24 cups of water. We're going to get 450 milliliters of white vinegar, which is likely overkill, but it's sort of like it worked, and so why mess with something that worked? The vinegar I use is 5% acetic acid. And now I'm going to come over with our 1 gram of dye. And I realize I'm tempted to go pretty much straight from the dye bath where we have our undercolor setting into here without cooling off very much, just for fun. So we may do that or do something kind of close, but I think that that other yarn still has 4 minutes before I want to remove it. So I'm a little bit excited about that, but I'll see you in probably just about 5 minutes. Oh, I'm gonna need to move this so you guys can see. The viewers at home. Let's move it more in here. Because if I'm going to go directly in here, then I won't show the removing from the pan, but I kind of want to show the removing from, oh, I should show the removing from the pan. Okay. Because I want to show what that yarn looks like before I glaze it. That's the reason to do this way. To show what that yarn looks like. All right, let's see. Ooh, I see a fun question, which I couldn't see where I was over before, but I can come and chat while we wait. Okay. There's a question. What made you decide to start dyeing yarn? This is an excellent question. So a long time ago, I was making a sampler afghan because I wanted to learn how to make cables. And okay, and the reason why I'm pausing is because I'm going and pulling up the sampler afghan because I thought that that would be fun. Okay, so I spent 3 years, I guess, from the time I graduated college and moved into my first apartment I spent all that time working on this sampler afghan. And oh, funny, I kept track of my progress. And I bought the booklet, and here are all my squares. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that rug. And I never did crochet a border around the entire thing. I don't think. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. I wasn't very good at crocheting. It's funny, it's in the closet upstairs. We don't even use this. But at one point, I thought I was going to do 30 squares. I got 30 to 40 balls of yarn for this project. And then when I first started doing it, cables were easier than I thought. And so I was like, okay, I kind of want to be done with this afghan and do something else. I'm sick of working with white yarn. And this yarn was Lion Brand woolies. So it was 80% acrylic, 20% wool. And I had balls and balls and balls of it. And I was like, what am I going to do? And I went and looked and I was like, how can you dye yarn? And somehow I came across a post that talked about dyeing yarn with food coloring. And I ran to the supermarket that was, you know, a 4-minute walk away. I lived in Central Square in Cambridge at the time, bought the Kool-Aid that they had. I forget if I also bought liquid food coloring as well, but I bought the food coloring, or bought the Kool-Aid, came home and started dyeing some of the remnant yarn that I had, and I guess then the rest was history. And so I dyed exclusively with food coloring for many years, and it wasn't until I decided to try to turn my hobby ChemKnits into more of a business and start posting videos regularly. It wasn't until that point when I was like, okay, I want to try to use commercial dyes. And so until then I guess I occasionally used tie-dye, but that's how I started. And, oh, I'm wondering, oh no. We'll get there. Do I have a list? These are my science patterns. Aha. 10-hour Afghan. I don't want an ad. Close. Okay, so here, this is a 10-hour Afghan pattern that, I mean, it's a seed stitch blanket, but I use this with a ton of my leftovers. Here are a bunch of my woolies leftovers. You can see that even after I was dyeing some, I still had, what, 6 balls of it, in addition to some other woolies colors. I made scarves and things for family, and I was like, I want to use all this up. But here you can see some of my first ever yarn dyeing experiments. I think that some of these purples, some of these, maybe this one, some of these are my very first Kool-Aid dyeing experiments ever. And so I'm happy to say that this blanket is out in my living room like pretty much all the time. There are some yarns in here that aren't hand dyed. Like, so the hand dyed ones are all these balls versus those ones. But I think I did dye some more for it. But let me go see if I can find the blanket. Okay, this has seen some better days over the years. It has. And I forget if I had to buy more yarn. I felt like I bought more yarn. I made sure to blend things, but I guess I didn't see. I wonder if single camera. Oh, I forgot that I did a time log. Okay, here we go. Nope. Here we go. Okay, so after, when I was done with the first panel into the second panel, I was like, started to run out of yarn. So I bought 4 more balls of the Fisherman, the white, 1 clove and 1 autumn print. Where did I buy those from? I have no idea. I guess knittingwarehouse.com, not sponsored. That's where I ordered it. And then I started dyeing some more yarn with Kool-Aid. Oh, I dip dyed and stuff. I did some variegated things. So that way I could have some more just hand-dyed yarn that goes in the blanket. But so it's a 10-hour Afghan because I kept track of and I had like a timer that I would time all of the knitting. So I didn't do it all in one day, but it was a couple sittings. Yeah, and then I did the whole thing in under 10 hours. But I was just curious because when people ask about the longevity of Kool-Aid, all the super saturated colors in here are commercial colorways, but all these pastels are Kool-Aid dyed yarn. And now I did have some white run through everything, but I've got, you know, down here there's some pinks, those like little pink tones in there. That was dyed with Kool-Aid. Here's a stretch that has a lot of hand-dyed colors in there. And so how long ago is this? Did I do this? This is 14 years old. And oh no, kids, that makes me sad. So there's some snags. It's got a lot of pilling. This gets used a lot, and the colors are still there, and so it's out. It's not in a closet all the time. In the summer, it's more likely to be inside a footstool, but it's frequently out and about in my house. And so that shows that you can have some longevity with food coloring. Now, it's not as light fast as commercial dyes, so I just want to throw that out there. You're stunned at the records I kept. Well, see, ChemKnits started as my lab notebook, and so I kept meticulous project of my knitting projects. And at the time, I don't think I was aware. Ravelry maybe was in its infancy, and so if that had existed, I probably never would have started ChemKnits, because I was writing down notes of like modifications and how many rows things were on my patterns, and I wanted to make sure I didn't lose that information. In fact, I even had a database thing that I made at one point for me to keep track of everything. Yeah, these are the steps that I took. But I wanted to have those notes in case I wanted to remake something that I knew. And so for this, I think that there was a crochet blanket called a such and such number hour Afghan. And I was like, okay, I want to do a knitting version of a chunky Afghan. I wonder how long it'll take. And so that's why I timed it. So, you know, maybe it was going to be 12 hours, maybe 20, I didn't know. And so I really wanted to pay attention to those details. And so that's what went into this. Okay. Oh, yes, Dharma has their 2-ounce jars of acid dyes 10% off right now. I mean, that's kind of the point of that project, because like the kids comment being relatable is that because it didn't have hundreds of hours in it, if it got messed up, then I didn't worry. And so that's why that one is out. The Fisherman's Afghan, I forget if I ever did a crochet border on it or not. Maybe I would, but it's up with like my grandmother's, with Afghans, some Afghans that my grandmother's made. So yeah, that's the main reason there. All right, I need my tongs. Glass is engaged. I'm gonna remove this yarn. Okay, I'm going to turn off the heat, and we are going to remove all of this yarn. Now, what I remember about the Chroma Twist yarn, which I really think is not available in bare form anymore, I remember that, and maybe it's more about Chroma than the twist. It's not that it's pilly, but I find that if I rub on it a lot, some of the fibers kind of come off on my hands. So maybe it would be a little pilly. I don't know. So here's the yarn. And I'm gonna, let's see. But here is our yarn in its beautiful and bright glory, which will not remain beautiful and bright because we're going to go glaze it while it is still hot. With the help of my tongs, because I don't think I want to hold this in my hands. It's hot. But I want to show all of you at home before we go do our rainbow. Here we go. We have a fair amount of white left, but we still have a really pretty amount of the blue and pink. Although I probably should have this on the hot trivet, but. Okay, I need to make sure my tongs are ready. So I can grab onto the yarn. Whoo, I'm nervous, but here we go. We're gonna go in, dunk, up, and down. I should have stirred the dye bath one more time. I'm having some regrets that I didn't stir, but now I'm going to take this over to the stove and start heating it up. I don't know that I've ever glazed this exact yarn base, but this is the technique that I've used to glaze a lot of yarn in the past. And we'll see how it works, or if we just end up with a pretty over-dyed yarn. No matter what, the colors will be lovely. But, oh man, it's so nerve-wracking whenever I glaze something, because you never really know how it's going to turn out. But I'm going to heat this for an hour. And that's the amount of time that it'll take 20 to 30 minutes for the pot to heat up. And then I'm going to want to heat it for 30 minutes or until all the color absorbs. So that's a reasonable amount of time. And I'm going to do my best to not touch the yarn. Wish me luck. Because I need luck to not touch the yarn. Okay. I am going to take a very quick break, and then we will finish prepping the dye for our rainbow soft blank and film that. So I will be right back. That was just a short one. Let's see. Oh, Boy Meets World. We were talking about that earlier. Streams on Disney Plus. Cool. I'm really enjoying the trend. I haven't listened to many of the podcasts, but I'm enjoying the trend of actors doing podcasts based on the shows that they were in. I think that that is super, super fun. All right, so we've got our blue dye. I'm getting a sip of caffeine. Okay, so the things that I need to do first involve moving you. We need to setting up the steamer basket. Not that we need this right now, but we're just going to want that on hand. And I'm going to remove and dispose of our dye bath from before. Oh crap. I'm making sure to remove plastic from the sink. Now I have a spot for the steamer basket to go. Which is good, because we won't need it for a little bit of time. Where is the lid of it, though? Oh, I had found that before. I'll showcase this in a bit, but I really like these multi-pots for steaming stuff. Ooh, you started NCIS? Ooh. For a while, maybe because it was always on TV every day, we used to watch Criminal Minds all the time, and I really, enjoyed is hard, but I enjoyed the, I'm not a huge thriller person, but because it was bite-sized enough, I liked watching that. Commercial breaks helped. But then that was mostly like a pre-kids thing. Once I had kids, then I couldn't anymore. I didn't enjoy it. All right, we've got our blue. We can use one of these. One of these. Okay, let's see. Okay. We ended up with about 0.15 grams of our Caribbean blue. So let's use that as a bit of a standard for us today and set up our yellow and pink dyes. So I think I'm going to want 15 milliliters of the hot fuchsia. Approximately. And I'm going to dilute this with some water. To have approximately the same volume as we have with our blue. And in the meantime, I can do this to rinse out the graduated cylinder a little bit. I will go rinse it more properly at the sink. I'm just eyeballing things. We're increasing our volume of liquid that we have. And this will make it easier to spread out the dyes onto our yarn. Oh, I forgot I needed the 4 cups. So I'm going to do the same thing with the bright yellow. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to do a little bit more yellow. We're going to get 20 milliliters. Just because yellow, the blue is intense, the pink is intense, and for a lot of colors that go in the middle, that yellow just needs a little bit more oomph. So why not have just a little bit more of it? Because also that is not the color that is likely to be the problem on our blank. And I should remember that we're actually not going to end up with all of the dye on our yarn. Because some of this dye is going to be left behind and we're going to have to find something else to do with it. Oh no, wait a minute. I need to make sure. Although, no, that still fits. Fine. It's just because I have red or brown written on the edge, and so that made me concerned. It had me concerned that because of the white or brown written there, I got worried that it wasn't going to have a lid, and I wanted to make sure that this had a lid. Okay, here I have a plastic shoebox, and I'm going to bring over our pre-soaked sock blank to add her into this container. Don't worry, we'll move it around. Now I'm gonna go measure out approximately 4 cups of our pre-soaked liquid, which is just water. But I figured that we'd measure out the water for reproducibility's sake. A lot of times in the shoe boxes, I start with 8 cups of water. I went for we're going to start with the smaller volume, and we may add more liquid, excuse me, because I wasn't sure how dwarfed our fabric would be. And you know, I do think I want a little bit more liquid, because we've got some yarn that is at the surface, and that's not really what I want. Okay, I'm going to add 2 more cups. That gives us about 6 cups of water. So now when we add our dyes, and I'm going to sort of move the yarn again, just so that way everything is a little free-flowing and floaty. Free-flowing and floaty. I think that that'll work nicely. Oh dear. Okay, let's move these. Okay. Now it's time to add the color. And I want to move things so you guys can see better. And you know, when I add the colors, we don't have to add 100% of everything. It's okay if we don't, but we don't have any acid in here yet. And we're gonna just pour these colors on. Okay, I wanna start with the pink, and I'm gonna add it both to this one side, but also a little bit to the other. I'm adding most of that down to that one side. Next is our yellow, sort of going here in the middle. And then coming in with our blue, which the blue I'm bringing all the way down. And that blue is spreading a lot. We're just gonna breathe and deal with it. It's very hard for me to deal with it. You know, I'm making up the rules here. I can add acid now. Right, I don't have to wait. So a tablespoon of vinegar there. Tablespoon of vinegar there. And a tablespoon in the middle. Things are still gonna spread, but we can add a little bit more acid right before I lift. I'm nervous that these colors are going to spread out too much. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. This is so hard writing. Okay, Rebecca, breathe, breathe, and wait. We're going to wait, oh gosh, let's wait 15 minutes, and then we'll be back. This is going to be really hard. This is going to be so hard to wait these 15 minutes because all I want to do is lift it now. Now things sort of stopped moving, and that is one of the things when you're dealing with cool water is that you have these tendrils of dye that they're kind of staying put. And so they could move more, but actually, time lapse, just in case. Just in case. Because you never know what's going to happen. Oh man, this is a fun one to end on. I have to think about how I'm going to film the lift and the put in the steamer basket. So of course it's the small steamer basket that I have. Man, I don't know if my yarn is feeling glazed. I'm having doubts what's going on in the other pot. And I never set a timer there. I forgot to set the timer. But I did set the 15-minute timer that I said I would set. So the other reason why I felt more okay adding acid at this stage versus waiting is from what we had with the other yarn, the yarn that I put outside already, that fall colorway. I think that the fall colorway, we got a good amount of spread on both, and so I can't remember what I did before. Do we tell jokes to distract me? It's like, don't touch. Wait, see, if you are a channel member, then you can do this. It's like the chat would enough say don't touch that I had to make. I had to make a custom don't touch ChemKnits emote. But obviously no pressure. So the thing with like becoming eligible for YouTube memberships, I already had a Patreon. And so, and the hard thing is that YouTube and Patreon aren't integrated in the way that I can give emotes to patrons for being a Patreon level that work on YouTube. I think it is integrated with some other platforms, but not YouTube. And so that's why the channel membership is, there's like the level that's just $1, which I think after, what, 2 years? I think it's paid now for like what I paid an artist to do to make the custom emotes for me. But it's fun and I enjoy them. And so that is something that is just entertaining to me. And then, yeah, but so I need that inexpensive. And then at the post-doc level, you get early access to the newest Dyepot PS video. That happens once a month, and a behind-the-scenes live stream that's like a shorter version of this stream once a month. And so patrons get that, and there's like a YouTube option as well. But I try. I have fun with it, and I appreciate all of the support. Now, if you're wondering about the best ways, I wanted to do two camera, so we could keep an eye on the rainbow yarn, which is great. It's like a security cam that I have here. If you're looking for other ways to help support the content here, I can make myself bigger. I don't need to be quite that tiny. I can scooch forward. If you're looking for other ways to support the content, subscribing, giving this video a thumbs up, which by the way, I should like my own video. Giving this video a thumbs up. engaging with the videos in the comment section, or if you're watching this on demand later, the comment section there. Those are the biggest things you can help me do to help me on YouTube. And then, you know, the Patreon, YouTube membership, those things are all just extras and bonuses. There is, during a live stream, there's like a $sign at the bottom that you can use like a tip jar if you want. Again, no pressure. And some videos also underneath have like a heart with a $sign that's like a give thanks button, which is another way you can contribute to me like in a very direct way. But I would say that the other big thing that you could do is if you go and check out my Etsy shop. It's filled of hand-dyed yarn that I feature in my videos. I mean, I have a listing linked at the top of the, pinned at the top of the chat. There's links down in the video description. And you know, when you buy yarn from me, it helps make space for more yarn, and it helps me. That's probably the biggest that source of revenue that helps me buy more yarn, buy more materials, take risks. Like, it's okay if I do something sometimes and the yarn turns out ugly, or I might do something that is more expensive to try out, and I think that's okay. Oh, thank you. I'm loving the rainbow yarn. Even if we don't, well, I'll talk more about that in a moment. So Etsy is a huge, huge way that you can support everything here as well. I feel like there was something else. Oh, but then the other thing is that, as I mentioned at the beginning, I am an affiliate with KnitPicks and with Amazon. And so if you are interested in getting some of the tools and equipment that I use in my videos, I have, so in the video description, let me see how far down. So in the video description, there's some links, and then there are items used in this video. Parentheses are frequently used in my videos. And so then anything that's an affiliate link is labeled with an asterisk. And I have the gloves, the scale, the syringes. I guess the scale is on there twice. So I'm deleting one. That is hilarious. I try to add as many of the yarn bases that I can and things like that, so that way you can go and get the same things that I use. I also will have most often a video content section with timestamps, and then beneath the chapter names, I'll write down the names of all the dyes that I used. If I measured things, I'll write down the quantities and things. So you have not quite a written tutorial, but like notes that you can follow. And so, I mean, shopping at like KnitPicks or Amazon through my affiliate links is a great way to help me. And I'll say that you don't have to buy the exact item that I've linked to. So you could click on my Bare Wool of the Andes worsted weight yarn that takes you to KnitPicks, buy a skein of Stroll that isn't bare at all, and I will still get credit for the sale. And the tracking lasts a couple of weeks, unless you click on another content creator's affiliate link or go to another computer or something. So again, I don't know entirely how that all works, but they can tell like where the referral came from. And so then I earn commission from that. And so if it's something you're going to be doing anyway, or more specifically off of my recommendation, then that's wonderful and I get paid. And the same thing with Amazon. Like, you know, you can buy something that isn't the item I linked to, but if you had clicked on my link, I still get credit for referring a sale. So I hope that that makes sense. But that's another win-win way to support things. Erlene said, I haven't seen ugly yarn. Some might not cup of tea, but not ugly. I found that it is really, really easy to get excited about your yarn if I approach my dyeing as, I wonder what will happen if. And that could be a more experiment, like if I add vinegar before or not, or it could be, I wonder what will happen if I use this yarn in these colors. I wonder what I'll get. The times I'm most likely to get the most frustrated are when I want something extremely specific and it's not coming out like the way I had in my brain. Then I'm more likely to overthink and get more frustrated. So I've learned a lot over the years, but there's tons of yarn that I'm like, well, I could always over dye it, and I often don't. Now, around Black Friday for Thanksgiving, I tend to have a major clearance in my shop, and I will do a colorway and let people get a heavily discounted mystery colorway. And some of those mystery ones are things I've had in the shop a long time, but you know, so there's some things that are my favorites or not my favorites, and that is what it is. So yeah, but I find that it's really easy for me to be excited about things, even when it's not my favorite color. Like, I don't buy things that are orange. I used to for Lucas when orange was his favorite color, but his favorite color is now blue. I would not go out of my way to pick anything that's orange, but I love dyeing yarn that's orange, and it's very exciting and happy as a color. So that's sort of the way that I feel. Okay, so is running an Etsy store a pain? You've been considering it, but after reading about all of the fees, ... So there are downsides to Etsy, and the fees are around, if you include the cost of setting up the listing and stuff, the total fees between what Etsy takes and the credit card payment processing fees are around 10%. It's not quite that much, but it's around 10%. And so that's really not bad. I probably could get better margins by paying even if I was paying $60 a month for my own website. But, because I don't think I get discovered by people on Etsy. I think most people that go to Etsy are searching for me. And I will say that Etsy has changed. There's now, like, if you go, it's not an affiliate link, but if I refer traffic to my own shop, Etsy will give me a credit for some of their fees, and they give me some of that back, which is wonderful because they're saying, hey, you are driving people to your own shop. So it's not an Etsy-wide affiliate link, but if you go to chemknitscreations.etsy.com versus etsy.com/shop/chemknitscreations, if you go to the chemknitscreations.etsy.com, I get credit for having said, go to my shop, and they reduce the fees. And so that's the first thing they've done for sellers that is wonderful, because it's sort of like, hey, those of you with social media followings, okay, we're going to try to keep you here versus convincing us to leave the platform. And so the fees, for the fact that I'm not having to set up the website on my own and deal with the back end, Etsy collects sales tax and pays it in the states where it's needed. So for example, in Massachusetts, I would not have to charge sales tax for hand-dyed yarn if I went to a market and was selling it. But I would on, say, the tape measures or progress keepers or other things that weren't yarn, I'd have to charge sales tax. I have to keep track of those sales and then pay the state, right? With some of the Nexus laws, even though I'm a small shop located in Massachusetts, if I was using Shopify, because some states require sales tax to be collected on online purchases, I would have to register in other states and pay sales tax, and that's just a lot to keep track of. I'm sure that there's probably widgets and things to help you, or accounting firms or something, but that is a huge reason why I may not want to. Etsy will collect sales tax and pay it for the UK, for Canada, and that's a huge perk, and probably the big reasons why I stay, because it's easier. Now, the other thing that I do that isn't smart is most of my listings in yarn are one-of-a-kind colorways. Occasionally, I will dye the same thing over and over again, but I'm having to make a new listing for each item versus restocking a listing that I already had. And so that is a little bit more complicated, and is one of the things that's a little bit annoying with Etsy. Each time you renew a listing, it's 20 cents. Excuse me. So if I have yarn that doesn't sell for 4 years, then I'm paying 80 cents a year to keep that listing up. At some point, that's not worth it anymore. Or, I mean, for me, I don't really think about it that much. I think about it more on a monthly basis when I'm paying. for the listing fees. So there are many negatives about Etsy. There are a lot of shops on Etsy that are drop shippers. And I'm not talking about the drop shippers that, I went out of focus. I'm not talking about the drop shippers who design artwork and then, oh, I should move over there. I can keep talking about this. I'm not talking about the drop shippers who will design a piece of artwork and then go and sell that on Etsy. And then do the drop shipping as in like, okay, they're selling a t-shirt, they'll order the t-shirt that's shipped to you directly. That's not a problem. There are people that will list things on Etsy that turns out they aren't handmade at all. I don't think it's glazed. Man. Maybe I did in areas. It's just looking overdyed at this point. That's a bummer. Oh gosh, I forgot this has been filming. Rebecca, that was a time lapse. I did that on purpose, okay? Okay, I'll go check in on the glaze yarn in a moment. But there was one time I found what looked like little clay tiny pots. They were like tiny like Groot pots or something. And I thought that they were adorable. And I ordered them. And when it arrived, it was in an Amazon box. And I went and I looked and I was so confused. And I realized that whoever it was listed this item on Etsy, increased the price, and then got the item off of Amazon and then shipped that to me. And so that was really frustrating and disappointing as a seller because I was just like, Etsy is not, that's not what to me Etsy is. Okay. I think what I'm going to do the 15 minutes are up, and I think I want to change the camera angle before I remove the yarn. No, actually, I'll do it side by side. Okay, not necessarily the best, oh dear. All right, not necessarily the best angle, but here in my steamer basket, I have a couple inches of water, maybe 1.5 inches of water, and I have this steamer insert here. So my plan, instead of, it's funny how I don't see purples down there anymore. Instead of lifting the blank up and adding it back in here, I'm going to lift the blank up, add it here, and then go and take this to the stove to heat set it. Ooh, I'm nervous. All right, let's do it. So I'm going to grab it here and here, lift. That's really, really pretty. Let some of that water drain. Then into the steamer basket, kind of arranged a little bit as it was. Here we go, and over to the stove. I suppose I could have added more acid there. I turned the heat on and I am setting this up, but we do have a gradient in here. And let's try to take advantage of this a little bit with this skein of yarn that had a little bit of dye on it already. This was a yarn mop that did not have very much dye. but we're adding it in to this asymmetric gradient we had going on just to see what we get. And I didn't even show you the yarn mop to show you all those colors in there. Maybe I will be confused. But Rebecca, go get a screenshot from the live stream that shows what the mop looked like. But now for this mop, which I'm actually really happy that we did something with it. You know what? We have this tiny amount of dye rinsed from those cups. We'll toss that in there. Why not? I'm going to place a lid on this, and I'm going to go take this outside and let it sit overnight, at least maybe a couple days, because today's a Friday. But then we'll steam set this later on. That way we leave no dye behind. Okay. I'm going to take this outside. I'm going to open all the doors first. Wipe off that dye. Okay, and I'm going to film a clip from some clips from over on the stove that unfortunately you can't see. Here's our steamer basket that's still heating up, but we have a beautiful rainbow, like bright rainbow blank. Things did not blend like they did when I played around with something like this in the past. So I'm going to go ahead and heat this for 30 minutes. And then we'll be back. Oh, whoops. I don't know what that button did. Okay. Timer 2. I've actually haven't been writing down where the timers are. We are nice and hot here, and I'm feeling a little bit pessimistic about a glaze. Okay, wait, no, maybe there's some area down there that's glazed, but I feel like this particular yarn just sucked up the dye in a way that it drew it into the center, which is funny because things were hot. I mean, we'll have to see how things are and let the heating time finish before I like move it and remove it. But it's funny, I have glazed so many different superwash bases with this setup. And so, yeah, and this is the first time I'm feeling like incredibly pessimistic. Because again, with these colors, I got something that looked like this in the past. Pop it up. But there are some areas that have a little bit of promise. Maybe it's also harder to tell right now because I didn't have that much color everywhere. We had a lot of white left. So, okay, we're just going to trust the process. Things are going to be beautiful no matter what. But maybe this just didn't work the way I thought, and I'll have to redo this on a yarn where I know it might work. We'll see. So I still have some mystery dye from today. Some of these, it's like very brown. Of course, now that I've swirled it, it's likely to leak, but I've put it in a secondary container. It'll be fine. I'm going to come sit down and keep chatting for a bit, though. Because I'll be honest, I don't know if I will still be here in 28 or 46 minutes for the finale of those other two projects. Let's see. Okay, so I was talking about Etsy a ton. That's very helpful. Their lit says the shop ended up paying about 20% of their profit. Oh, because maybe they're trying to estimate on costs. I'm surprised about that because, yeah, so this is me going behind the scenes looking at my shop at a sale. So the payment processing fees currently are 3% of the order total plus 25 cents is what is paid to the credit card. And so that's going to be similar whether you are dealing with Etsy or if you're dealing with Shopify or your own website. Because credit cards, they will, like, sometimes you can negotiate the fees that they take, but credit card companies will take a cut. And so then Etsy will take 6.5% of the item total, and that is their cut of it. And so the fees aren't that bad to me because of what other platforms may take. And so for example, Patreon, I think they take 10% of what people give to the creators. And it's not that bad because, again, they need some to keep their platform going, and there's the credit card payment processing fees. So around 10% is the fees. I think Etsy has no idea what your costs are. I think you can input your costs maybe somewhere, but it's not super easy. But there can be more fees if you're doing ads. And where do you see the marketing? Etsy ads. So you can buy ads, and then they changed things. Oh my gosh, they changed things so that way if someone, and I think I'm grandfathered in to a certain amount, but if someone makes a purchase in my shop through an Etsy ad, then I have to pay Etsy more money for that, which that I think is ridiculous. Thankfully, that rarely happens. And that is something that would have, so that could be where the up to 20% comes from, because off-site ads, I forget where I see it, but I get almost no sales through off-site ads. But the thing about that was really annoying was that first, most of the off-site ads for my shop I see are if I Google ChemKnits creations, then there will be an Etsy ad at the top. And I was like, this should not count if someone is clicking on a Google ad, which I don't think it does, because they are looking for my shop name. And so I haven't had an issue with that. But I forget what the percentage is. This was the closest I ever came to leaving Etsy. Because I think they force everyone to opt in. Yeah, so you could get a 15% fee for an order attributed to an offsite ad. And you could make, if you are a shop that has made at least $10,000, then you get a discounted fee of just 12%. And this was something that I had a huge rant about, because it's one thing if I opt in to an ad and I'm like, okay, Etsy, mark it for me. And yes, only having to pay if it turns into a sale seems fair. But I don't have big enough margins where a perpetual 15% discount is something that I would have to raise all my prices to factor that in if that was going to be happening a lot. Because it's one thing if I run a sale and I make the decision to do that, but it's another thing if Etsy just all of a sudden ups their cut. but it really, really doesn't happen that much. Oh, they made it so we can opt out. Because for a while, that must have been the backlash settings. Offsite ads. Maybe I can opt out. No, it's not letting you opt out. Okay, let's see. 8. Okay. I mean, I think that I've made... Okay, I think I've had to pay a total of $22 in outside ad fees. So it's very, very small. And so therefore that's fine. But if it was going to be a huge percentage of my sales all of a sudden, then that had me really freaked out. And so I think that the fees can be up to 25% if your shop is getting ads. And so, yeah. Yeah, so again, I'm not sure where it says 20%, but, you know, and it also depends on if sellers offer free shipping, which is another big thing Etsy did as a push, and I can't afford to offer free shipping. Shipping is expensive, and my products are inexpensive enough that I can't roll the cost of shipping into the yarn, because if most people buy one skein of yarn, like, you know, the shipping is like $7 or something, like in some cases, and so it's just that's a lot and hard to deal with. Oh no, $22. I paid $22 in outside ad fees for the last 2 years. So yeah, there aren't a lot of outside ads that they place to my shop. Most of my sales are from the result of either people looking for my shop directly or me advertising my shop. Yeah, the $22 is not bad. I'm sure that if you are a higher volume shop and you are doing an item, I mean, I guess the other thing is search results for hand-dyed yarn is pretty saturated. And so if there was an ad for hand-dyed yarn, it might not be for my shop. And so therefore, it would be if the ads were all for Hanukkah related yarn things. There's an indie dyer you really like that you found on Etsy, and she offers free shipping. She's in the next town over. Oh, and you offered to just meet her at Walmart. That's sweet. I don't know if I would do, but I think that for some dyers, it might be worth it to them. And it depends on if it's a main source of income and all these other factors and their cost and the time. Because how many skeins did I end up dyeing today? Like 13 to 15. Over the course of 4 or 5 hours, which isn't including the additional time at the end and at the beginning. So if you can process more yarn, then maybe your margins are better, and so then you can incorporate that. So Carla said, Amazon affiliate links are amazing. Your friend's an author and had Amazon affiliate links on her site. Someone bought her book from Amazon and then bought a gas grill, and she got money from both sales. Yep, it's pretty nice. I mean, the sad thing is that you can't use your link with your own shopping, and so that's unfortunate. But well, not unfortunate. I mean, it makes sense, right? You shouldn't get like a discount or something. But yeah, it's for places where that's where I order stuff anyway, and it's very natural integration, affiliate links are really, really wonderful. There are times when it's a lot trickier. to manage. And like I've had requests for sponsorships that probably wouldn't pay me, that would probably just give me an affiliate link in the past that, like, you know, it doesn't necessarily make sense. For example, they wanted, I think like Temu or whatever has been reaching out. And actually one of the emails that I got was way more related to my content and like the space that I'm in than others. But yeah, I've had like requests to do lamps or jewelry or things that don't make sense. I mean, if some of them weren't just like blindly sent to dozens of people, if there's ever something that is more personal, then I might consider it more, especially if it's a product I'm interested in. But I mean, the hardest one to give up, there were two that were unrelated that were hard to give up. One was for a line of stuffed animals, and I was very tempted because I thought my kids would really like them. Another is, so there was a stuffed animal one. Oh, another was a fake Lego. We'll make a mosaic out of a photograph. And I totally would have done that because I could have roped that into some of my like knitting charts or something, except for the fact that one of my marriage vows is not to buy fake Legos. So that one was hard to turn down because I was interested in it. So that was pretty funny. Wait, now I'm curious. As he just sent me an email. You made it to the weekend. Congratulations. Thanks, Etsy. Oh man. But you know, that's why I like the unboxings and things that I did with other companies. I mean, it was fun, and so I enjoyed unboxing them, even though I'm drowning. I think Paradise Fibers paused their subscription for a bit, and honestly, my feelings, like, if they choose to send them to me again in the future, I'd love to unbox them. If they choose to stop sending it to me because maybe I don't drive enough traffic to them, I have an affiliate link with them, but I never made a lot of money from it, which means I didn't drive a lot of sales to them, so my feelings wouldn't be hurt, especially after they've had the fire and everything. Because I understand if it's a business decision, but I do really like them and would like to visit their shop someday. So I try to just make decisions that make sense. Actually, a 3D printer company, so we have a 3D printer. And by we, I mean my husband has a 3D printer. Mainly because he uses them for his research, but we have one at home for just fun. And it comes in really handy when you need, like, oh, I want to be able to hang these markers on the wall. And so he'll design something that'll fit it very specifically. So the markers will clip in and he can have it on his wall in a way that they don't get knocked off easily. And we use that I often will make little charms for Hanukkah. We make those on our 3D printer. And little things like that are fun. I enjoy playing with that design software. But the company that makes that 3D printer must have seen somehow, because I mentioned it in one of my videos, they reached out about a sponsorship opportunity and offered to send me a 3D printer for me to review. Now, I don't do the stuff on the 3D printer myself, and it was a resin-based 3D printer. So one where like it adds a layer of resin and then would cure it and then add a layer, I think, and cure it. And it was one that I was like, okay, Keith, would you help me make this video? And because I don't think I have the skills to do it myself, like what could we make? Is this something that you'd be interested in owning? Like, do we have space for it? And he was somewhat interested, but we were concerned about the fumes, and so that's why I didn't move forward with that. But that is probably one of the most tangential items that has been reached out that I've been tempted for, because I'm like, ooh, what could I create with this? And so that was pretty exciting. But I mean, otherwise, like, I worked with Jacquard. Like, that was pretty incredible when the, like, CEO of Jacquard Products reached out to me to, like, help launch their new dyes. Like, that was huge, right? Like, that felt amazing. So, occasionally I get, like, emails and things that are real. But sometimes they're just, like, someone is sending this to every single person they can. Or I got one from an art company, and I was like, okay, what about my, like, content made you interested in this? And they're like, oh, well, send us your metrics and then we'll decide. I'm like, no, you reached out to me. Like, clearly they're just reaching out to everyone in the arts category. FBI agent in your phone told Etsy you were talking about them. Oh, funny. I mean, well, there was a... So I mentioned my water bottle at the beginning. And again, not sponsored. It's a very over-engineered cooler, right? But it keeps water cold, perfect for the car. Can't bring it to kid baseball games because in the, like, camp chair I have, if I set this in there, it'll tip over. And then the water spills out. And so that's not good. But there was another brand of insulated mug that Keith was telling me about, and he was like, okay, one of my graduate students has one, and it has, like, a thing, so that way, like, if it tips, it's a straw cup, but if it tips, like, it's not going to spill. And so he told me about that. I got an ad for it, and on my phone the next day. I did not Google it. I had never done any research on the brand, and so, yeah. Phones no. Now, he searched for the brand on his phone, and so, but still, like, we made a joke about, like, Six Flags or something once, and then I got, like, ads for Six Flags on my phone. Oh, man. Oh, but yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I could see now, like, I'm just going, and I could chat for a while. How much time's on the timers? 10 minutes for the soft blank one. I'm both tempted to stay so I could show you it, but it would be too hot for me to spread out, so you wouldn't get to see the pattern. So you're going to just have to wait for the video, which means you're going to need to subscribe and hopefully turn on your notifications so you never miss a new video. Now, tentatively, and I don't think it would be something quite like this, tentatively next Friday, I believe, I have on my release schedule that I may stream again. So whether I decide to do something like today and dye a bunch of yarn, or whether I decide it's time to finally sit down with the bobbins and my spinning wheel and put the yarn off of the bobbins onto the nitty knotty so I can finish setting the twist. I haven't decided. So next Friday will either be a Leave No Dye Behind video, or else I may try to do another big stream. Because, yeah, I enjoy this, and this is super, super helpful for, yeah, me to just get, you know, work on all the backup content that I have, and it just takes a little bit of pressure off. I know, people have been wanting me to do a spinning live stream for a really long time, and I'm not trying to be, like, rude or mean when I haven't done it. I just, you know, things always come up, but I think that I'm trying now to work into my schedule some Fridays without content, so that way, in theory, I could stream or put a backup video. And so, because otherwise, I'm like, I can't stream on a Tuesday or a Friday. And the nice thing about doing a live stream on a Friday is that by Thursday night, I know if I have finished as much as I need to in the week or not. Now, the only things that I would never show in a major sneak peek video like this are videos for lab partners, because I want them to be able to be surprised. And yeah, that's mainly the big difference that I would not include in one of these. But, and I don't know about doing 2 of these in a row. I feel like these, like, big I'm working on Dyepot weekly episodes, it's different, but occasionally, you know, it might be, okay, we need to make a bunch of die stocks or things like, here's a bunch of time-lapse moments that I need to do for another project I'm working on. I mean, yeah, but the sad thing is that I have not spent more time with the indigo vat from the last big round of filming because I think that's around where I got injured. Certainly squatting around the bucket and stuff did not help. And so I haven't done all the other things. I have all these old tank tops that I wanted to use for shibori that I could resurrect this vat, and that would be interesting on its own, but I'm bummed about that. What's coming up? You guys have stuck around this long. What's coming up? There's more natural dyeing coming up. Yeah, so more natural dyeing on Tuesday. This is today. On Tuesday, there will be a natural dyeing video. And then a week, at the end of the month, there'll be another natural dyeing video. And then I have more indigo videos to edit that hopefully one will come in sometime in September, I think is what I have tentatively scheduled. Aww. It's sad that that class is full. All right, I'm going to head out. I need to do cleanup before I go and pick up the kids at the bus stop. Thankfully, it is not stormy today. Yesterday was so scary when I had to go to the bus to pick up the kids. So I drove to the stop. The bus stops on a major road, and it picks up on the same side that my neighborhood's on. It drops off on the opposite side. So you have to have all the cars on this major road stop, which happens and usually isn't a big deal. But it was raining so hard, and the thunderstorm was right on top of us. So I'm standing in the rain with like thunder, lightning happening simultaneously, hoping that cars will, in fact, normally I step out into the street to make sure the cars stop for the bus. My kids are older, but I want to make sure cars stop. But since it was raining so hard, I'm like, I can't step into the street because I don't know if they'll see me. And it was all stressful. It worked out fine, but the kids get off the bus and I'm just like, run to the car. Oh my gosh. Oh, die stock question. You have die stocks made in 2021. Should you use or throw away? Those are pretty old. I would, if when you open the bottle, if it smells spoiled, then I would toss it. And I wouldn't like put my nose like right over the bottle, but like if you open it and there's a rank smell, then I wouldn't use it. Otherwise maybe I would. So so Shula, I would, go with your gut. Like if it looks like there's mold growing inside the bottle, don't use it. Right? Because if there's an odor that is different from like dye odor that comes out, then I wouldn't use it. But otherwise, it could be okay. I try not to keep things that long myself anymore. I mean, I don't know if I've ever kept something 3 years, but yeah. So that's my advice there. But anyway, I'm gonna head out for real because now I'm just babbling. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. And we worked on 5 different videos, which is pretty insane. This was a big day, and so I'm really happy because, yeah, I feel like my injury made me go through most of my backlog of filmed things, and so, yeah, I'm very glad. Now, the listing in the pinned comment, the listing from today. So if you want to have a video jump at the queue, you can buy one of those. Otherwise, I will probably take that listing down tomorrow morning. But the Halloween pre-order will stay up until it's sold out, or it'll stay up until either it's sold out or until Halloween. So I'll drop that in the chat so you can go check it out. But I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and thank you so much for watching. Bye!